So, Twitch chat. My last moment to state. Both those leaderboards are empty. You can get number 1 on a leaderboard, which gives you slight amounts of dopamine and bragging rights, and help keep this channel funded for just a singular gift sub, or an individual bit if you happen to have one in your account. All that being said, though, it's time to say hi, YouTube. Because we're jumping back into this. This is, okay, so POV challenge that was asked about in the YouTube chat. The POV challenge basically is a set of pretty strict rules. I can only pause on the 5s and 0s of the months. So I can pause on the 5th day of the month, the 10th, the 15th, the 20th, the 25th, and then the 5th. Because there's no 30. Because the months roll over on the 29th. While the game is unpaused, there's only one dwarf I can follow. And that one dwarf is Cog. Cog is you are a number 1, Brimborn. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Get that leaderboard started. Someone has to. Break the ice. By throwing bits at it. And essentially very much limiting my field of vision as the player. So when we're getting attacked, I don't really know what's happening. I can pause on the 5th and check, but I don't really know what's happening. And the idea and goal is to keep the fort alive for 10 years. I can do things while the dwarf is moving around. So if I can click on a workshop, I can queue up jobs. If I can click on a lever, I can get somebody to pull it. But I can't do things that Cog doesn't have in his line of sight. I can zoom in, I can zoom out. But if I can't click it from where Cog is standing, or if it pauses the game, I can't do it. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for our glorious number 1? So that is what the POV challenge is. So let's dive in. And of course, like, you know, tier 2 subscribers can still use the Dwarf command to name dwarves. There's no restrictions there. I think the redemptions are available. Apparently I have bits on my account. Where the fuck did those come from? I can't remember the last time I bought bits. What? Wild. Gaming? All right, G. Martin. What happens if I build walls around the entire perimeter of your fort map? You can't. So on the surface, you can only build up to, like, I think it's 4 or 5 tiles away from the edge of the map. In the caverns, you can, like, there's no restrictions. You can build right on the edge. So you can't stop migrants from coming. Also, the fortress is, let's just jump up to the surface real quick. The fortress is on a ocean, which is terrifying, okay? Which freezes a good portion of the year. And the dirt above ground is Untamed Wilds. That's a goblin. So this is Untamed Wilds up here. And down here is terrifying. This ocean is terrifying. So because we're on a terrifying ocean and Untamed Wilds, I have to be very careful about the surface, because if I annoy it, we're going to be in trouble. So I'm making a fort that looks like a boat. J. Martin, do you have any idea what kind of dwarf you would like? As far as that, the named dwarves in the fort currently are, which I'll just have to kind of run through because they don't get sorted nicely anymore. Dominok Skipper, who is the founder of the fortress, who took the dwarves on a 3-hour tour. Semtexagon is a dwarf in the fort. Amethyst is a dwarf in the fort. Transplanter Sage is a dwarf in the fort. Who else do we have? Not a lot of dwarves, because not a lot of people redeemed them yesterday, or last stream. There was a good couple hours of just like nobody redeeming. We do have a mayor named Bim, who's the second mayor. Bone Dolphin's the chief medical dwarf. Talon Artho is a doctor in the fort. And this is the big old list of dwarves. The only dwarf that isn't up for grabs, nameability-wise, is Cog, which is us, who is 149 years old and may die of old age. So here's hoping he doesn't. He does have a crown on, though, so I guess he should be happy about that. The worst one I can find. Who Angie? Well, okay, so these are the least happy dwarves in the fort. Take your pick. No, you did not die at some point. I just didn't see your name. You're still commander of the military, though. Peasant at the top? Okay. J. Martin. Furnace webbed. J. Martin the Cobwebbed. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and rarely looks on others with lust. She lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. It works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She shakes her finger up and down when she's trying to remember something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, when you type in the / goal command on here on Twitch, it does say what year we started. So we're going for 10 years. So 3-9, I think it's summer 394, or is when we will be, air quotes, done. She finds the attainment and preservation of knowledge as an offensive enterprise engaged by arrogant fools, and thinks friendship is important, and dreams of mastering a skill. Maybe I'll put this dwarf in the military. Likes chromite and fine pewter and yellow zircon and green glass and giant pond turtle shell, earrings, cavies for their 3 toes, and Cody men for their curiosity, and the words of the Book of Reticence and the sight of the festive blossom, and when possible prefers to consume thrips, hagfish, and blackberry wine, and feather tree eggs, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Hasn't killed anything. She's a former member of the Sect of Coasts and a previous member of the Ore of Tools and the Creed of Gorges. She's been part of 2 religions. What a flicky son of a... her youngest daughter died as a were hyena, which is probably why she's upset, and her husband looks like Bob Ross. And she has 3 children, and yeah, her daughter was one of the only deaths we've had in this fort. So, you know. As for our dwarf, if anybody wants me to check in on their dwarves, just give me a holler. Our dwarf that we are following for this here challenge, immediately upon arrival in summer 384, got caught in the rain, which eventually he learned to deal with, and he became less depressed and learned to disdain stoicism, which is funny. And then had a couple happy years, but we got attacked by a were creature who bit one of his friends, and I decided to be a big meanie and throw that dwarf into the caves. I don't know, I couldn't quite tell you why, but we did that. And so because we did that, we had to be forced to endure the decay of a friend, so we're gonna have to get out of that, or get through that, I guess. I'm also thinking we should try and make some things in this fort a little dangerous, just for our own entertainment's sake. Anyway, he was blissful remembering sleeping in a fantastic bedroom as well. Oh, is that a DF hack thing? Disable overlay. Yes, it is a DF hack thing. So as far as skills go, he's doing okay. He's kind of rusty at a lot of things, but he's an expert appraiser at this point. He's basically like the fortress broker. He was in the militia briefly because he wanted to train to get that skill, so we gave him a little bit of training, which I think I will give him on and off. And apparently, this is just historically interesting, killed a goblin in Armcraft, which was a location that I defended with an adventurer a long time ago against a goblin invasion. So this dwarf originally came from Armcraft, which is a place that I've visited in adventure mode in this world, which means I've probably brushed up against this dwarf in the past, but it's been a long time. And if you look at his relations, he doesn't know any of my adventurers, so there is that. So Dominok would like me to check on their dwarf, so we can do that. Nations Machines is a good name, by the way. You're still a member of the Rainy Communion, worshipping Ukush, which is the god of weather, I think. I could double check that if you like. You're a professional stonecutter at this point. He has a very calm demeanor and has a active sense of humor, a great aesthetic sensitivity, and is conflicted by this. As far as thoughts go, genuinely, I would say that you are a pretty happy dwarf. You don't have any bad permanent thoughts. What happens if Cog dies? We discussed that. He could die of old age, because he is pretty crotchety. We'll discuss that, if that happens. It could just be fort's over. It could be we jump to his best friend, You know, we could move to Still, or somebody in this list. I mean, his friend died down into the caves because they became a were creature. But, like, I don't know what we'll do. I'm kind of hoping his wife shows up because he is married, but I'm going to hit this button because I guarantee you there's a bunch of... Okay, no, there isn't. I'm going to unpause the game because we're working on some bedrooms and I can pause again at the 10th. Just going to go serve some wine, it looks like. Ghosts are, I mean, while following his ghost, I personally think would be hysterical. I don't think that that is the most reasonable thing to do, purely because ghosts are not guaranteed and also aren't that consistent when they are around. Military can be interesting at times. Yeah, I don't know. I would say probably challenge is done at that point. But I would like to drum up the danger a little bit. I know in the end of the last stream, we were just starting to get attacked a little bit. So hopefully things get a bit dangerous anyway, because I want them to get dangerous. We did toss a human down into a pit, yes. Well, no, not that skeleton. So there was two were creatures we threw into the pits. One was the original were creature that attacked us, who vanished, and there's just a pile of blood where he landed. And then there's the dwarf that we threw into the pits, or banished into the pits, who is, as far as I know, still dead. So, yeah. Also, hi, Ukeep. How you doing? Hope your weekend's been good. Yeah, we're prospecting for lava right now, is what we're doing, because I want to get a glass industry up and running. I'm thinking about trying to stick to more manual traps instead of more elaborate things, purely because I won't be able to see too much, if that makes any sense. I need traps that are pretty automatic if possible. Yeah, we did atomize a child. That did happen. Oh crap, I missed the 10th. I looked up as it turned to the 11th. I was like, ah crap. Okay, well, we'll wait for the 15th. But yeah, also it's interesting because this is all in the same world as the previous forts, and this is the deepest map I've had in this world. What's up, Beer Hunter? Have any good successful hunts recently? He is also a tavern keeper, so I'm kind of hoping we'll get a tavern brawl at some point. We do have a lot of, like, recent additions to the fort, too. So we're going to have to work on their bedrooms. It's crazy. Well, they walk vertically as fast as they walk horizontally, right? So... I mean, we've never found a body for the were creature. No, we have not. So I'm kind of hoping it shows up again. There we go, on the 15th. Let's go check those bedrooms. A few more things need to be unforbidden. Yeah, we're kind of building a... How do I put this? Like a shanty town in the caves beneath this haunted beach. But yeah, dwarves are... They've got real good knees. They don't generally skip leg day. I mean, when you could be the mass of a small bear and also 3 to 4 feet tall, I think that your ability to, you know, walk up and down stairs is probably going to be better than humans. Constructed walls and flooring is better than most bedrooms. Yeah, that's true. I mean, but I'm talking more just like aesthetics. Just wanting it to look a little bit like a little shanty town type thing. And we're going to do more of that, oops, up here. This is eventually just going to get filled up with water. And we're in an ad break, so I will just leave the game paused for a bit. Let's go look at Skipper. See how Skipper's doing. Skipper, of course, is the one who put us all here. Who is in the military. And in love with Havoc, who's also in the military. I love the palletized gear. It's so good. She wants to pray pretty bad. And she also wants to acquire something. That's like a pretty common need, which is one of the reasons I'm doing a bunch of digging around and trying to find the Lava Sea, is because I need to find gold, and there's supposedly gold on this map, and I have a feeling it's probably pretty deep. So we are, in fact, looking for gold. And there is semi-molten rock down here, but I haven't seen any warm stones, so I'm just gonna... So that's where the semi-molten rock is, right here. I think I'm just gonna tell them to dig this. Just a pretty big thing like this. Yeah, it'll be nicer then. Really weigh as much as bears? I say that because some of you might know the YouTuber, or kind of permanently on hiatus YouTuber, Tekid. He did a bunch of tutorials a while ago, which were quite successful, and then never really got started again after Premium came out. He did some science using DFHack and a few other things and a tool to figure out the density of his dwarves and the total weight of his dwarves. And based on his math, the average legendary dwarven wrestler weighed about 900 pounds. So, yeah. So they're like sumo wrestlers. They're very dense little orbs. So they're like a black bear, basically. And also, Budgie, hello. It's good to see you. 'Tis good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Explains how much they eat. They don't eat that much, what? They eat every couple weeks. Still is also a dwarf that you asked about. Yeah, no, this dwarf's super happy. This dwarf really likes being in the military, I think. It seems like somebody even has like a traditional dwarven shield. Who says Gagama. Gagama. We have been doing some metalsmithing using copper. I actually should check breastplates. Yeah, we are still making those. So somebody's doing that. Yeah, we're making a lot of stuff out of copper, which means I could probably grab this squad and just go, hey, do this. Also, something kind of whack that happened. This dwarf, I uploaded a short about this morning, but this dwarf and this dwarf's husband both arrived, and kind of out of nowhere, they weren't part of a migrant wave. They just appeared in the fortress with a kid. 3 kids, specifically. But this one, specifically, Anchor. Now, this child was born while they were here as part of the trading caravan, which I guess just gave them all citizenship on my fort. I've never seen this happen before. I've never witnessed this happen before. I'm presuming it's not an intended mechanic. But anyway, she had a kid while here and just immediately became part of the fort. Just in case. No, but we would build one for him if I had to. You guys are like very convinced Cog is gonna die, aren't you? There is, okay, I guess like the thing is, what do we want Cog to become? I've thought about this a little bit. I think that necromancy isn't a bad option. But if you guys are that worried, we could try and immortalize him somehow. A werebeast. Come on. I mean, that would be exciting, but I feel like it's much more likely he'd die. Is him dropping dead? Totally. No, I mean, him just like dying of old age would be rather comedic. I won't deny it. Yeah, he is 149, but he could live up to 170, right? He's got lots of time left. He's no spring chicken, but like, how often do you have dwarves randomly die of old age, chat? He could die on the 1st of spring. Necromancy is also pretty funny. Make him undead using another necromancer. It's not guaranteed. One, that would break the challenge because I would have to not follow him to do that. And two, he's not guaranteed to come back as an intelligent undead. So I'm going to say probably not a good idea. The immortal cog in the machine. Yeah. Well, I mean, this squad is training up pretty quickly, so we'll have a decent squad. Looks like we've hit lava. Right here. But I'm not going to get them to dig into it, so we'll just keep doing this. He really does like mining. Because he won't use a cup? I was going to say that's not how dehydration deaths work, but... We should start a Tontine? What? A what? I mean, we don't need to use channel points. If you want to discuss ideas for things we could do with him, feel free to discuss ideas. Not everything needs to use channel points. Channel points just make people less interested in conversation, and I think that's a shame. I should have clicked on the still, because we are kind of running low on booze. Although they should be brewing. Actually. Okay, that's not on. We do need empty cages, though. But that's not guaranteed to give you that curse, though, right? And also, there's a thing that I'm going to request right now, and I realize there's some nuance to this. If you want to discuss ideas, let's discuss ideas. If you just say, do this, that's not really discussing an idea. That's a suggestion, which is fine. You can make suggestions as well, but it doesn't really drive conversation. So let's try and drive conversation about what we want to do with this character instead of just do this. Does that make sense? Because one is an idea. Sure, we could do that, possibly. But the idea in and of itself doesn't really benefit the story or the character. It's just an idea. So let's get more ideas. Yeah, we can see what you want, Vakruk. You want me to curse this character. Totally. Absolutely, I get that. What does the rest of chat think? Do you guys have any input? Or is this purely a thing that streamer is driving? Because if it's purely a thing that streamer is driving, okay, I can do that. But it's infinitely more entertaining for me if there's multiple people throwing input. Instead of just Vakruk saying, make him an evil mass fucking murderer to destroy the planet and kill everything that it sees. So that I can witness my wet dreams and then call blind a bad person when he does the things that I've been doing the entire time in the background and talking about how cool it is. That was a callback to a previous stream. Because for me, I really like Cog being like a weird bumbling old dwarf who's kind of bitchy about the rain and crazy shit starts happening around him. Often used by soldiers? Huh. What? Oh, like the last guy standing gets the money kind of deal? That's a little bleak, but I can see it. Is there a way to kidnap his wife in this fort? Not unless she was imprisoned somewhere. But no, I can't force her to migrate. I mean, what's a tongue portal? Not the reason his wife is left him, is all I know. It's his last name, but... Well, he's a bartender, right? Like, that's what Cog is. Cog is the fortress bartender and broker. He's the dwarf that knows the money, and he serves drinks. is what Cog does. Termite walks into a bar and asks, is the bartender here? Trying to figure out where the joke is here, because like I'm reading that as a joke. Well, I mean, he likes... you'd be hard-pressed to find a dwarf that doesn't like mining. He does get into arguments kind of frequently, though. And, you know, he's a former member of the Dead Communion, right? Which is the cult from the last major fort. Be funny if his wife showed up and was an active member of the Dead Communion. A wooden bar? Oh, okay. Got it. There we go. Drink is going back up. That's good. Should probably, like... Looks like Anchor has become a child. We're also going to need to get him new clothing soon. Turns out just staring at one dwarf makes it rather easy to tell when, like, the fortress needs new clothes. We should try and talk to him in adventure mode. You know, there was part of me that's like, if he's still alive in 10 years, I should take that necromancer adventure I have and just show up and chop his head off. But also, it's less than 10 years to go, right? Like, we're in the year 387 right now. He's serving drinks now. Like, we're in the year 387, and we need to get to 394. So realistically, we could finish this fort this week at the speed it's going. I need to set up beds. He is the only person allowed to engrave in the fort. And he is a legendary engraver. He got that through an artifact, which he made an artifact instrument. And somehow that got him legendary engraving. Time goes fast when you don't pause. Also, when the frame rate doesn't slow down. And also when you don't pause to stare at the military for a minute. I think, like, part of this limited field of view is going to make me, like, not pause as much. Oddly enough. And the 10th. I'll pop up to the fort level and do bedrooms first. Telenartho has been possessed. Let's make an artifact, so we got to check that. Okay. So this is where I'm currently digging, so I'm going to have to go up another layer. This is a deep lava sea. The engraved oysters, which he hates. That's a classic. Okay, so Telenartho's grabbed the craft store shop and is now running off to go grab stuff for it. But yeah, we could get him to engrave some stuff. I mean, I had him engrave a few things in his bedroom. Done. Let's just paint. Paint. It's claiming those are overlapping. They'll stop claiming once it gets a wall finished. Okay. Let's just give these to everybody so I know how many more I need. There's a lot of children in this fort too, which is funny because it's been a while since I've had a fort with a lot of kids in it. The thing is, like, the adventure stuff, that's post this fort, right? I'm not going to be making an adventurer during this fort. This fort is going to go until it's done. So, yeah, no, I mean, you're allowed to throw out those ideas, but those are pretty far-flung future ideas right now and not, like, super relevant to the current fort. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I need to increase the number of drinks we're making, because the population has skyrocketed kind of a lot. Let's just do 150, actually. And then say if amount of drinks is less than 50. And let's just... Yeah, we'll still check monthly. That should be better. And I'm just going to brew drink from plant. And brew drink from plant for a bit. Oh, at the 10-year mark. Okay, gotcha. Because I was going to say, like, that's just not super relevant to the near future. We're sure his wife is still alive. I have no idea if his wife's still alive. Usually it's not listed if they're not alive. Because, like, so dwarves can get divorced and dwarves can have multiple partners, right? Dwarves can also have lovers that they then split up with. But if they're still alive, they're still listed as a past lover. It's just not super clear that they're no longer together. So he could be divorced, but she is alive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be listed. Can we follow him as a war chief on any raid? I feel like sending him off on a raid would kind of break it because I can't follow him while he's gone. So I don't know how I would do that. Like, I don't really have rules for that. Also, he could leave and then just not come back, which... I think that would suck. Like, I'm kind of fine if he just drops dead one day. I think that would be funny. But, like, I think it would kind of suck if he went off on a raid and just didn't come back. Magnificent guild hall for a random profession. Sure, I mean, we could do that. I'm just trying to build a cool-looking fortress more than anything. But would it be one of his professions? Because I could make him an engraver hall. Start teaching engraving. That could be fun. You need a substitute point of view if he leaves the map. Yeah, but he doesn't have any direct family members. Like, here's the thing. If he gets a lover, right, that gives us a backup. So maybe we can just kind of cross our fingers and hope he gets a romance or something, right? Because that would allow us to do other things. Does he have a pet? No. The only rule was we had to pick somebody from the first migrant wave, and the first migrant wave didn't have a lot of options. Playback of events of outside the fort. I mean, you can see the list of happenings, but it's not like you don't see the actual units moving around. I can pause. Oh, caravans arrived. Sweet. It's the 15th, so I could pause. It's good timing there. I don't actually know what this god is. I also didn't check what they needed or wanted. Also, does the mayor have any bans? I can't export quivers. Yeah, that's fine. You need weapon racks, right? This is the mayor's bedroom, right? Yep. Okay, so let's go into... Whoops, no, not that. Let's go into... There's military. For some reason, I just forget where the military section is sometimes. Like, I always expect this stuff to be in the normal furniture section, but it's just never in the furniture section. You need another chest. Which I'm out of, apparently. Let's just make 100 rock coffers. I must be out of charcoal. Is that the problem? I think I'm out of charcoal. I think I'm out of charcoal. Let's just go into here. And go, okay, where? Yeah. So this cavern area is like sealed off.
Just binged your latest videos on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
Great content. Def worth a sub.
Thanks, Fallout Rain. It's good to see you, mate. It's been a while. Thanks for tuning in and helping keep the Twitch channel funded, because this is what bankrolls those videos. Those videos wouldn't exist if this stream wasn't profitable, so appreciate you. And it's been a long summer. Okay, so... I have a feeling we are about to discover a magma sea. So we got a bunch of totems I can sell. Let's say bracelets. Let's say amulets. Let's say crowns. Not that crown, because that crown is fancy. I'm going to keep the large gems and just display them. Just a lot of picks are all that I have for weapons. Yeah. I don't have tons that I need to sell. Oh. Probably make some shell stuff. Oh, can't right now because you're currently grabbing things. Okay, so what do you need? Oh, you're already working on the thing. Let's just do this. I'm just gonna set up shell crafts. Let's say shell amulet. And let's just say make 20 when the amount of unrotten shell body parts are above 25. I mean, 20, I guess. 10? Okay, fine. We'll just make it a more repeating order then. Legendary Cog's boat or minecart? There's part of me that's kind of hoping Cog will get elected mayor. I am kind of hoping that. That's an aquifer over there in the corner. All right, let's follow Cog. And hopefully we discover the magma sea in a second. But I won't exactly know where it is until the 20th. Oh, but we're going up to trade at Depot. Which I don't actually need to do just yet. It's going to go serve wine instead. Telenartho, the doctor, has created Nagum Rush Harush, cowbone earring, and offers it to the Ocean of Ashes. So if we walk past that, I can click it and maybe see it. Otherwise, I'll have to look that up in a second. But I will leave this up so that it's obvious. Yeah, I'm on the wrong level. So unless he goes down a level, I can't actually tell him to trade until the 20th. I don't know if I'm going to anger nature with deforestation. At least not until I have a legitimate way to defend myself from nature. And chopping down the trees in the caverns doesn't anger nature, or at least not the surface. Not the, what's it called? Not the giant animals. Also, when we embarked, we started with a bunch of elephant ivory amulet, or goblets, which I don't think you can actually make. I don't think you can. Is it worth giving him? I was thinking about giving him the thing that Telenartho just made. Although he does have a symbol, which is his instrument. But he hasn't been carrying it around. He also has this superior quality silver crown that I made him equip. Which I made his symbol. But yeah, I could totally make this. This earring, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with marquee cut cherry opals and encircled with bands of spore tree and cave spider silk and oval cherry opal cabochons. On the item is an image of an abaca tree in cowbone. On the item is an image of a giant king snake in spider silk. What do you think, chat? Actually, is Telenartho here? Can you confirm? Also, sup, Murphist? It's good to see you. Sup, Empty Bliss? It's good to see you. Few anger nature is their way to unanger nature. So assuming we're talking about untamed wilds, yes, it dies down after a bit. It just takes a bit. What do you think, chat? Should we give this artifact to Cog, the broker? Because he does have 2 artifacts already assigned to him. Or 2 symbols, rather. No muscles, so it's safe. Singular earring. I mean, he can be like a mid-2000s pop singer. He's even got like an instrument assigned to him. Okay, so let me just check Mayor here. I haven't started making these just yet. Let's make that next. And I'm presuming we need to make charcoal, but they'll do that once stuff's done getting cut. And let's also jump down to here. Okay, so... That's kind of interesting. I guess we found the top of it then. And we'll follow Cog, who I will make trade at the 5th. We'll do diplomacy then too. When we're literally watching him 24/7. You are not wrong. It actually probably is the easiest way to keep safe. Although that's something else I need to do, is I need to open up the caves a little bit. Or not the caves, the tavern in this fort. I need to open up a tavern in this fort is something I need to do. You have discovered a great magma sea. Well, I can't go look at it. We've also discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Well, that's exciting. Exciting developments all around. So now that I've clicked this, I can just tell them to start doing this. Or start trading. I'm presuming he's serving wine in celebration of our great discoveries. Yeah, I don't know if I want this fortress to end by collapsing. I kind of want it to just keep existing once the challenge is done, but it really kind of depends on what happens and what feels natural. And we'll just go with whatever happens or what feels natural. Okay, so 24th, I will tell him to go trade. We are like skirting real low on the alcohol though. Should probably increase the amount of alcohol that we have. Yeah, we need coal. That's the issue. Our dwarf here is serving wine. Buddy, I need you to go trade, please. Can we go trade, please? It's time to trade, please. Fine. The Mayor Bim meets with the Outpost Liaison. And Bim says, Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there is responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? Cog the Baron? Baron Cog? Maybe? The question is, would we do that this year? Or would we do it next year? Oh, really? Because, like, here's the thing. They finished doing their mandatory tasks first, is what I've always thought. But I'm pretty sure you don't need to do this first. But I could be wrong. What do you think, chat? I mean, he is the bartender. Would it be too soon to do it right now? Because what we could do is we could go into it with this as a planned thing that's going to happen next. That seems strange, but science must be done, I suppose. Let the man have some power. Has he earned it? Like, what's the story there? That's why I said maybe we need to spend a year. Because what I could do, because he is quite a popular member of the fortress, right? He's the tavern barkeep. But I could make him a... Okay, you know what we should do? We should make a Guildhall library. We should make a Guildhall library. The Guildhall is a engraver's guild. So like an artisan library, basically. So one half of it will be a Guildhall, the other half will be a library. And that could be the thing that Cog starts doing. And we could turn that into a excuse, I guess, to give him this. What do you think? And also then we need to acquire books, right? Right? And that would require fun. So I think we'll wait a year. Flattering, but we'd rather maintain our distance from the homeland. Oops. Don't unpause game. For some reason I thought that would unpause it. I like that the BIM, or not BIM, the BIM the mayor, this BIM, not that BIM, this BIM. This BIM is just like, I don't understand how somebody can become so obsessed with what somebody else has, is what they say. I think it's really funny that this... Wait a second. How many kids... What? Okay, sorry, I was misreading the names of the mayor's kids. I thought that the mayor had kids that didn't belong to them. And I was like, very concerned for a brief moment, but I think we're okay. It's all set at the default, yeah. So we just got a bunch of large families, which is kind of wild, actually. It's been a long time since I've had a fort with this many kids in it. So let's start working on this library construction. We could do 2 floors. Lower floor could be the Engravers Guild. Upper floor could be the library. Could also put some bedrooms maybe underneath it. I have so much shale, I might as well use it. And then what I can do here is I could do stairs up back here. And then I could make it a larger structure and put some bedrooms up here. And we could build Cog's bedroom on the upper floor above these other structures, which I think could look pretty cool. Man, what other blocks do I have that isn't shale? I got Gabbro, it's a different color. Oh shit, bits!
Just found out that left and right-handed weapon users get displayed as such. Amazing game.
Yeah, no, it's right-handed and left-handed users, and there was the one person in my chat right when that added who went, well, I guess I'm only putting right-handed dwarves in my military then, so they look the same. I'm like, yeah, there's probably some reality to that. I think that's kind of funny. But yeah, no, it's a lovely little detail feature. Lovely little detail feature. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Thank you so much for the dollar and bits. It's been a slow day on the tips front. Just some resubs today, so thank you for helping keep the channel funded. Because if it wasn't for this Twitch channel remaining funded, nothing else would get made. So thank you. It's what gives me the stability to do this. There we go. That should make Mayor less upset. And is anybody felling trees? Okay, who is my woodcutters? Oh, it's probably because you're the manager. Let's just do that. Shogun is bookkeeper. Who is the bookkeeper? Bath? We could do that. Because I'm pretty sure Fath is both manager and bookkeeper, right? Yeah, Fath is manager and bookkeeper. So yeah, I could do that. For those of you who don't know, Shogun goes into my VODs and timestamps a lot of them. The manager who's in love with GeoTrack. Also, I'm aware that the VODs are like kind of behind. I haven't been that great about getting the like thumbnails done because I've just been so exhausted since PAX. But things are finally starting to fall back into place this week, so. Spiral stair and towers were built so tight so a right-handed person coming up couldn't swing without hitting the central column, which is right-handed folks could swing down from the up more easily. That seems like an unintended outcome of requirements of construction more than anything, or just like Dark Souls people talking, but. Things that get debunked but are fun shouldn't be allowed. I mean, to me, that reads like something that, like, Dark Souls players' headcanon. Anyway, Fath Archlols is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, has an active sense of humor, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, isn't particularly curious about the world, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, tries to keep her things orderly, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, and doesn't really value merrymaking. Likes limestone, black bronze, and rose quartz, persimmon wood, and giant gray langer leather, giant hornbill tooth, and gray gibbon parchment, and the color black, crosses and caps, and when possible, prefers to consume giant red squirrel, celery, and perry, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Somewhat splayed out ears, have large hanging lobes, and her hair is clean shaven. I was going to say, if it's anything else, then we have a problem with this sprite. She's been well, apparently, and it's been in the fortress since spring 384, was one of the founding members. Was uneasy dwelling upon... Wait, hold on. She doesn't like her romance? Normally it's like they're happy when they get a new romance, but she's uneasy about the romance, but eventually became more altruistic because of it. Huh. Fascinating. How do you feel about the romance? I mean, he is the Fisher Dwarf in a haunted ocean, so, you know, I'm sure that'll go just fine. Fondness. He became quicker to love. Maybe that's what made her uneasy. Well, no, they're just lovers. It's not a marriage. Well, I mean, obviously he's gone fishing, but like, you know, it's funny that him getting into a relationship made him quicker to fall in love with other people, right? So maybe she feels threatened about this. I mean, he's got a ton of kindred spirits in the fort, so, you know, gravel chewed? Dude's just out here chewing on a rock, fishing. And she's just like, I don't trust this man anymore. Maybe he's abusive? I don't know. Certainly gone fishing, if nothing else. I should, like, let him train, though, in the military. Anyway, I just think that that's funny. Like, who knows? Who knows what's up with him? And he went, oh, by the way, I'm Paul. I mean, we could check. I think this tells you. Okay, well, he's straight. It doesn't tell you if they're into multiple partners or not. Well, anyway. Yeah, he's just too flirty and it makes her uncomfortable. Let's go back to Cog. It's been a while. Because now he's going to go trade at the depot. Which, if he can get there before the 25th ends, I can pause again. Ah! There we go. Sweet. Made it. That's not the button I want. This is the button I want. All right, well, they brought some copper bars. I asked them to bring wood, and thankfully they did, because that's all going to turn into charcoal. You know, I'm gonna buy all these cages and just eat the contents. Those are just gonna become dinner, those cages. Also gonna grab this iron battle axe because that would be useful to have. Let's grab the yak's milk, rum, beer, milk. My phone's vibrating, why is that? Unrelated text message spam from my phone provider, thank you. I know it's time for me to pay my bill. It's automated for a reason. I bought a bunch of cloth the last time they were here. Let's buy the cheese and the sheet. Don't think they have any books. No, they don't have any books. But I can buy the thread, which I can't afford all of. It's fine. 2 pieces of thread. Sweet! Not a bad trade. Let's see how Cog feels about it. Satisfied upon improving appraisal. And we started this, we started that. Stuff's getting cleaned up and finished up. Since I definitely have extra blocks, I'm also just going to go up here and just quickly queue up some more housing. Morning, Lennox. What'd you miss so far? Well, we noticed some funny drama between 2 dwarves. One, like, is very upset about the relationship and is becoming more altruistic, and then the other one seems to be happy about the relationship and is quicker to fall in love now, which is interesting. Our dwarf Cog is still alive and well, hasn't died yet, and might die soon. Who knows? I think that's pretty much it. Not too much has happened. There's a lot of little discussion about like what we want to do with this dwarf, which has been good. And I'm making bedrooms. Slowly. Oh, also, I need to go look at the lava sea. Because we discovered that and I haven't looked at it yet. So I may have just set a dwarf on fire. I don't know. Probably not. Hopefully not. That would be awkward if that's the case. But yeah, after I'm done queuing up all these floors, we'll go look at the magma sea and then let a month pass while we do all this construction stuff. Also need to... Plants seem okay. I know that, like... we were having food problems or booze problems briefly. Yeah, it's fine. Where's the farmer's shop? It is right here. No, that's the cooks. Where's the farmers? I made a farmer's shop, didn't I? There it is. Please... we'll just tell you to milk animals, but actually what I want you to do is make cheese, and let's also go here and go cage. Okay, so I've got a lot of Drothlas in cages. Also, apparently a goblin in a cage. I know that they sent snatchers, but it seems that we have a goblin in a cage who obviously we should throw him into the into the caves. I mean, that's what we're doing, right? We're throwing our prisoners into here, so, you know, let's get this goblin constructed down here. Oh, we already did. Sweet. Well, we'll just tell somebody to go throw him in. Huh. You ain't stealing our children now. The rock ship is looking phenomenal. Yeah, that ship rocks. It really rocks the boat of Dwarven Engineer. Okay, so fortunately, the good news is I didn't drown anybody in lava. How you doing, Bencho? How's things? Oh, wow. So we found raw adamantine, apparently. Where is it exactly? Oh, we can just, like, see it. Well, that's interesting. Well, this actually probably wouldn't be that bad of a spot to dig into to make a reservoir. Although, wow, we are real close to it. Fun zone is like literally right here. Another thing I could do is I could just channel down a layer. Like right here, and just fill this all up with lava down here, and just use this as our reservoir. Is there anything beneath this? No. So I think I'm going to actually do that, because that would be the most convenient way to do this. Also, did we find anything else? Nope. No gold. Well, that's unfortunate. It's a whole lot of Gabbro. I don't understand why it's so confusing for people. Like, this is cave-ins. You make a support, you go up the layer above it, you remove everything from the support. Once the support is built, you attach it to a lever and you pull the lever. Like, I've had like a dozen requests for tutorials on how it works. It's like, I explain it as effectively as I can multiple times in the last 2 big videos. The physics. What physics? You remove all support from thing and it fall and explode. Like, there is no physics to it, really. You don't get how you dig with them? Because you can destroy a floor layer, right? So if I were to drop this layer here, it would put a hole in this floor, a hole in this floor, and a hole in this floor, and a hole in this floor, and then stop here because there's nowhere for it to go underneath that. It will break through non-wall layers. Like, that's it. there really is nothing more to it. Like, I think people overthink it. Like, they think it's this very complicated thing, but it's really, really, really not. Like, it's a very, very simple system. Like, there's kind of nothing more to it. That's the thing, though, is Dwarf Fortress is complicated, but on a gameplay level, it's often not, to a point where it disappoints people. An example of this, actually, if you look up the VODs for a fortress I did called Starfield, I built a tower, and then would build floors and drop the floors on the enemies to kill them. Which was a fun fort, by the way. Looks like we're going to go tame a Drothla, who's going to be butchered. Did you ever... Okay, you did, in fact, equip that earring. That's good. He still has the need to acquire an object, which I think is wild. Like, wild, man. How does the lever cause a cave-in? Chat, how do I explain what I've explained twice in the last 10 minutes clearer? You connect the lever to the support, and the support disappears when you pull the lever. Like, I'm starting to give up, guys. Some migrants have arrived, so we're about to skyrocket above a population of 100. It's actually becoming like a very large fortress very quickly. The Goblin Thief is fighting. Oh, that pauses. I can't actually look at that. It deconstructs when the lever's pulled. You connect a support to a lever and you pull the lever and the support disappears. It deconstructs. That's how you make controlled cave-ins. Or you could just like remove all the flooring from something and probably kill the dwarf that did it in the process. You could also just do that. It goes to the farm up north. Exactly. It's not complicated. It's obtuse, which I've been saying for years. And we have a petition for something. It's probably to do with the recent migrants. They probably want a temple, which we'll do. Sounds alcoholic, just like most things in this game. I realize I'm supposed to follow him, but he's sleeping, so he's just right there. Have you had any thoughts recently, Dwarf? Nope, he just likes his fantastic bedroom. We are on the 4th. Just need to hit the 5th. Okay, what's this? Oh, the Company of Blossoms has many members in Paddleboats and now requires a guild hall. Farmers Guild. I'm farming right here. Well, I'm gonna go into here. It's these dang recent migrants. Yeah, well, suddenly having a farmer's guild isn't too surprising. By that, I mean it's not surprising in the slightest. It's these young whippersnapper migrant dwarves that think that they can show up and they own the place. Who gives them the right? Certainly not Armok. I don't think he gives anybody rights. Child and emotional support. I mean, every child needs a pillar of the household. Did kids ever grow up in DF? Yes. They become fully functional adults at 18. And also sometimes if you play like lots of forts in the same world, you'll eventually start seeing children, like if you give them nicknames, you'll start seeing children from old forts show up again. Okay. We're just gonna follow Cog. Although, actually, can clear that, can clear this. Goblin is fighting. The Goblin Thief's hand takes the full point force of the impact and it splits into gore. Got it, got it. Same with his upper leg. So did he survive? Nope. Okay, so this goblin died. That's what you get for trying to steal my children. How dare you? You monster. A little late to the new fort. How's it going? Ah, it's going fine. Totally fine. Everything is fine. Absolutely. I'm trying to find gold with minimal luck, which is starting to bum me out a little bit. But this down here is going to become a reservoir, which is going to be interesting because, like, I could burrow them out of the reservoir, but, like, I think I'm probably just going to forbid the boulders and say, just don't go down there. And then dig through the side from up here. It's probably what I'm going to do. And just hope nobody goes down there, right? Let's follow Cog. But things are going well. Cog is relatively happy. We're planning to make him into a Baron next year. You know, he's about to get to the ripe old age of 150. He's a legendary engraver, and we are in the process of slowly putting together an engraver's guild for him. Can a wild animal you give a nickname show up in another fort? You had a swordfish that was hoping you'd be able to look him up in Legends by the nickname. You should be able to look him up in Legends by the nickname. I don't know if it'll show up in another fort, though. That's a pretty niche scenario. That is a pretty niche scenario, I'll say. Okay, I was going to try and click on that to get him to dig it, but I'll wait until the 10th. I'm also not going to put any safety nets in for fire creatures. Also, this is just starting to bother me because it just looks like a mess, so I'm just going to put, maybe not siltstone there. Let's just do a shale. Let's just floor all this off. Because this is my well down here, which is in a 2-level deep aquifer, and it's just covered in soap. And, of course, our very small hospital. checked how the newbie's done okay. I mean, he's playing management, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go. The problem is all of this is Gabbro, so none of it's going to thaw. How much do I care about? Okay, I've got an idea for a project here. I have this. This has 4 wheelbarrows attached to it. If I set this to 0 wheelbarrows, every single one of these empty slots is going to become a job. If I go into here and go stone, or just boulders, right? And forbid everything that isn't Gabbro, they will manually carry all of the Gabbro out of there. This is going to take a minute, but will probably be worth it. It's also what I would describe as strength training for everybody involved. So everything that isn't Gabbro is getting forbidden right now. See? Gabbro right there. All right. Let's also just unforbid that. Okay, so let's follow Cog and see what happens. Oh. The merchants need a trade depot to unload their goods. Did I deconstruct the trade depot? What? I have a trade depot, though. I beg your pardon? I mean, would we be following the dwarf right now if they'd died? No, because the front door isn't closed. I mean, you could answer that question in 1 second by looking at the stream. Fraga. Am I still following a dwarf? Then the dwarf hasn't died. This fort will be over if the dwarf dies. Schrodinger's Depot indeed, yes, says YouTube chat. It does actually train dwarf strength. It's just exceptionally slow. So you'd need to run hauling for multiple years to notice it. So I need to find out what's up with that. Maybe there's like a second faction here to trade? That could be possible. I don't know. Okay. Oh, it got forbidden. Okay, it's just made out of boulders, and I forbidded all the boulders. That makes sense. You know, Fraga, I like answering questions in chat. But sometimes there's a question with such an obvious answer that all I can do is respond with sarcasm. I'm literally following the dwarf. So, has he died? I don't know. Figure it out. I don't know how else to answer that question, dude. Sometimes you just need to, you know, process and think. And I'm not going to help you until you think about it. So, sorry. But that's just a very silly question to ask. All right, let's follow. Let's just keep following Cog for a little bit. Like, do I feel bad saying that? Yeah, kind of. But that's all I got. Save the game, streamer? Okay. I guess I'll just do this. There we go. Hi, Fraga. Thanks for the silly questions sometimes. We need an 8K wallpaper of Cog's face. How about instead of Cog's face, you get an 8K wallpaper of, I'm looking for a thing. Do not mind the skeleton in the background. It's being used as a reference. It'd be some big pixels if it was in 8K, but so yeah, he doesn't actually have legs. Don't mind the existing legs. Those will go away. But you know, for people who are just like, hey, Blockade was a cool character. Well, maybe you'll get him like rendered in visuals that look better than they should. With details you didn't want. I don't know if that'll go on a mug. It might go on a t-shirt, though. Maybe a mug. This is getting to be a busy tavern. Serving all the wine from all these plump helmets. Getting these dwarves nice and liquored up. Is this some mad leech? What, that image? No, it's the Blockade. Wielding his shield. Okay, I can pause. All right, is my plan working? Well, okay, so Gabbro boulders are appearing here. But it's going to take a while. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a garbage dump right here. And then just go down to this layer and do this. Go down to this layer, do this. Go down to this layer, do this. Go down to the... Okay, that's all of them. Because there is a lot of dwarves just socializing, so if we can just get all this stuff to move, or a bunch of it to move, that would be quite helpful. Kind of surprised we're not getting, like, constant singing because of how many dwarves are just hanging out in the bar. What are the aesthetics for this project? Well, no, it's just there's a bunch of Gabbro down at the bottom. And because there's a bunch of Gabbro, it's not going to dissolve, so I kind of want to remove it because it's a useful material to have a bunch of. That's why. But no, I mean we're doing this. We are following one individual dwarf for the entirety of a fort for 10 years, who hopefully doesn't die of old age. And if he dies of old age, well, then fort's over at this point, unless his wife shows up, which it hasn't. Even though we're up to 106 dwarves from migration. Nothing yet. Okay, on the 5th, I can pause. See how many dwarves are actually carrying those boulders. Oh, actually, I think I know what's going on. Yes, I limited haulers initially. Let's just set this back to everybody does this. I limited haulers because initially it was a bit of a pain, but... So let's unpause again. This will speed things up now, probably. I will drink from your skull. It's been a while since I've heard that voice line. You know, I found my physical copy of Mountain Blade. Tavern is empty? Yeah, it's because everybody's hauling now. I limited hauling very heavily early on because we were stuck at like, it was like 17 dwarves for the first like almost year and a half. And then the population kind of exploded. And so because of that, I only wanted a few dwarves hauling because if everybody was hauling, then nothing got done. Suddenly everybody's employed again. Even Cog, it looks like. There we go. See? Nice and efficient. Just clearing all this Gabbro out of here so that we can turn this into a forge. Union break over? Pfft, as if they got breaks. Let's not be silly. Just all the children playing make-believe down here is just kind of funny. Okay, so on the 5th, I can pause again. Just trying to get to the dump stockpile. There you are. Sweet. Runs upstairs. Kind of want to remove the other 2 miners so it's just Cog that digs in. Well, I have a copy of the physical edition, which was published by Paradox, because Paradox published the physical version of Mountain Blade, which oddly enough is the only like real nostalgia I have for any Paradox title. It's not even a Paradox title. So I'm going to let Cog do this. I'm going to remove all miners except for Cog, and I will bring back the other miners after this. So we'll let Cog do this. I'm also going to go to stones and unforbid everything. You played Mountain Blade 2, it was meh. I think that Mountain Blade 2 is one of those games that will just literally never live up to expectations. Like, I expected the community around that game to reject it and dislike it, and I wasn't surprised even remotely by the response to it. Because you can't live up to a game like Mountain Blade. In my opinion. All right, let's follow Cog, who's currently brewing drinks from plant and then going to go dig a reservoir for us. It's for the God game Black and White. That's a good physical disc to have because, like, that game's abandonware, isn't it? We were singing a song for a second. Guess it wasn't enough people singing a song for us to actually get a dance sent out. How's your friendships doing? It's kind of a shame that one of his friends was the one that turned into a were creature, but, you know, is what it is. Now he's making rock blocks. All right, dude, like, okay, don't do other jobs. Let's just... I want you to go mine. That's the whole purpose of this. Taking too long. You have your original EverQuest disc with the cloth map and rulebook? Wow. I feel like I would frame that map. I don't think I've ever gotten a copy of a game that came with a map. Although apparently I'm getting a physical version of Warsim. Hugh just like randomly reached out and said, hey, your videos helped my game sell extremely well. And I'm just like, wow, that's like kind of crazy. And he's just like, yeah. And so I'm going to send you a physical version of it. So I'm getting a physical version of Warsim, which is one of the funniest things like you could get from Warsim. Games before map markers? You know, game developers get a lot of shit from a lot of game communities about being mean. But like, back in the days when games didn't have maps, games were actually mean. Now they just are kind of expensive. It's like, squinting at that, it's like, Although I couldn't actually think of a game that I'd want to ship with a physical map anymore. The maps just aren't that interesting, usually. Physical map of WoW? What, like WoW Classic? I think the last thing like that I really remember was like the StarCraft, like, RTS keyboard overlays that showed all the hotkeys on it. GTA 6? I don't even know if I'm going to play GTA 6. I might. I don't know. So, Cog here, not doing what I needed him to do. There you go. He's finally going to go dig that channel. On the 15th of Timber, late autumn. 387. And there we go. Infamously have no in-game maps? Trying to think of games that like had no map that I was okay with. Listening to a story? What story? It was near to a tastefully arranged container, and it's interesting. Didn't get to hear the end of the story, I don't think. Oh, now he's listening to it again. Still just remembering his bedroom. There was a story earlier of just like somebody being appointed, or like a temple being built in Gortusk, which I thought was really cool. It's like, oh shit, they're telling stories of Gortusk. He's accepting remembering being caught in the rain. Well, so it hasn't changed his personal tendencies anymore than it already did. But he's still remembering that, so that's good. Remembering acceptance. I mean, Minecraft shipping with a map is, like, very redundant. It would have to ship with, like, preset seeds, I guess. How am I gonna build this? Another Stellaris DLC? I mean, that's like inevitable. That's like saying the sun's up today. The sun has risen. And thus there is more Stellaris DLC. You know what's cheaper than Stellaris DLC? Getting #1 on my bits leaderboard. I'm just saying. It won't make your wallet cry. Maybe like softly whimper, but it'll make a streamer's day better. Okay, that's the top of that. I also now have this problem where I need a guild hall for farmers as well. And this would be a really good spot for a guild hall for farmers. But I wanted that to be an engraver's guild. So many other demands? Just the farmers guild. You know, I've just kind of decided that I'm not going to watch trailers for movies that I'm not going to watch. So I believe you that it looks awful, but I also feel like I don't need to see it. I'm good. Like, I know I'm not going to watch that movie, so why go watch something that looks bad? Perfectly comfortable just, like, completely ignoring that thing's existence. Guildhall Tower going up the cave. You see, the problem is I can only go up, like, one level and then I hit ocean, so I mean, I guess I could dig through the ocean, but Ryan Gorge's pitch meetings, you don't need to watch any movies. I don't know who that is or why I wouldn't need to watch movies. And I'll tell you this, I've been watching more movies recently, and they've been lovely, but I've been watching movies from, like, the 80s, mostly. Like, nothing recent has been viewed here, really. All right, let's make charcoal. Let's just do that. Just queue up one of those, and then I'll just say make charcoal, and let's just say make 80 charcoal, because I'm going to need quite a bit of charcoal. Ice Fortress? Well, okay, this is just a frozen ocean. I mean, okay, so If I'm going to do that, I think it would be this. Because, like, this is the air quotes crow's nest on the boat. So if a tower is going to shoot out of the ocean, I think it would be this, right? Well, it wouldn't float even if I did launch it, so that would be very suicidal. What, the boat under the ocean? I've had a few people say that. I've never seen the Goonies. So it's just a reference point that I don't have. So I can do this. I just have to get it done before the ocean thaws. Or we have a problem. For what should be very obvious reasons. It's real good a classic. Well, I mean, lots of movies are classic, and that's fine. Okay, well, let's get more miners up and running again. Maybe not you. And also a bunch of these peasants, because I've got a good number of peasants in the fort and some extra pickaxes lying around. Let's go into here and go cage. Nothing. Okay. How about you? Cage. Slaughter all these. Unless we wanted to start farming Drothalas. You right here. Also, hold on a second. What? Oh, I see. It just needs a trainer assigned. Curious what else is on the map. Bug bats. There's the rodent people still. Giant ravens on the surface. If you're binging 80s films. Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the specific thing about the 80s films I'm watching. I'm watching movies that are being covered on a podcast as they cover them on said podcast. So I wouldn't say that I'm binging 80s films. They just happen to be watching a lot of 80s films right now. Mostly because they finished up Twin Peaks and have gone from Twin Peaks to movies featuring actors from Twin Peaks around the era of Twin Peaks. Which I didn't watch because I didn't feel like rewatching Twin Peaks. All right. Really didn't really work for you? I feel like there's part of me that doesn't want to see the Goonies because there's a very real chance that it's one of those movies that cannot live up to expectations. If that makes any sense. Okay, so that's the ocean floor right there. Come on. We've struck cherry opals, so there's some gems up here, but nothing else. Wrestler has grown attached to an iron short sword. Yeah, we're finding driftwood. More shale walls. I mean, I'm using minecarts as part of my stockpiles. Minecarts are useful if you need to transport a large number of heavy items, which I don't generally need to do. So yes, they can be useful. I don't usually use them, though. Not for transport, anyway. Okay, let's pause. Because I can go all the way up to here. Start walling this off. Which is something I'm going to need to do, like, ASAP. So might as well get to it. But like another example is I didn't see Gremlins until way late, and I don't particularly like Gremlins. It's fine. It just kind of doesn't do much for me. I have a feeling Goonies is probably going to be a similar takeaway. I like Gremlins 2, though. Gremlins 2 is funny. But the first Gremlins kind of didn't do much for me. But then again, I've also seen plenty of movies like way late that like absolutely worked. Like The Thing. I saw The Thing for the first time like maybe 5 years ago. And that movie worked. So you're not sure that Gremlins aged as well as Goonies did? Here's the thing. Depends on who you ask. Also worth noting, this is an evil ocean that occasionally shoots out evil gas that makes dwarves super sick and upset. It doesn't seem to kill them, though. But, you know, keep that in mind, I guess. Okay. Let's follow Cog. How you doing, pilot? You've got a hurricane. So does that mean you are not working for a bit? Or are you rocking like a hurricane? Apparently Simtexagon's making masterpiece gauntlets. And also there's some spooky smoke floating across the ocean. And our dwarf is going to sleep because he's tired. And it's been a long day. I've never seen that movie, so I wouldn't know Enemy. Goonies is emotional. Hopefully eventually see Monster. We've seen like, no, like there's been lots of giant birds. We had giant like goats for a bit. We've had various other giant animals, but not a single sea creature, which I'm very disappointed by. I was really hoping we would get sea creatures because when we were scouting, we saw a shark. I was like, ooh. But admittedly, that was a much larger embark with a lot more ocean space. Bird frequency needs to be lowered. Why does this just sound like a birds aren't real bit? We must lower the bird frequencies. They're starting to catch on. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. They're, like the giant biomes have or like the untamed wilds and savage areas have a lot of birds. In your embark, a giant sponge beat up a fish. Doesn't surprise me too much. Giant sponges or something. Also, YouTube chat, I just have to say real quick thanks to all of those of you tuning in. Do you guys want to do me a favor, though? Could you click the like button on the stream? There's 93 of you watching, which is fantastic. But only 60 likes. It's like 40% giant wrens when you take a savage biome, or like in this case, giant crows or ravens. But no, I agree. There's a lot of that. Chat, this wasn't the best decision I've ever made, by the way. I'm already regretting this construction. But, you know, here we are. Cog doesn't seem to be minding it. Minding it. He's seeming to enjoy mining it. That's what I'm meaning. Thank you, Max and Fed. No likes for me, only beer. Well, that won't help the stream grow. So, it's rude. Aki Thornton. But thanks for the beer, though. Beer appreciate. Okay, so let's go here. 1, 2, 3. Fortunately, I can just kind of do multiple layers at a time. Gotta say, one of the best features of the Steam version of Dwarf Fort was being able to build over multiple layers with one click. Could probably also put some gem windows in the ocean layer area. When does it thaw? Spring. We have time. It is frozen more than it's not. I'm not too worried about it thawing. I'm more just worried about the surface attacking me. I think I made that out of ice. I think I clicked the wrong thing. Okay. Okay, there's this one. And it's just this. You can get stairs replacing here. And we're going to need to do floors. So we do have quite a bit of time to get this done. Time isn't really the worry here. The worry is more like safety, basically. Well, wait for them to build up to here. I'll build this, and then I'll build a overhang wall around it. We can use this for something. Make criminals walk the plank. Well, they walk the plank into the caverns, but... The mayor has ended a mandate. I suppose that means that the mayor no longer will stop us or get mad at us for importing quivers or exporting quivers. Probably going to start demanding I make quivers soon. Satisfied remembering producing a masterwork. I guess that must have been your engravings. Why don't we do some engraving, actually? Start engraving the boat. Detail wall. What kind of things are you going to make here, Dwarf? It's a masterfully designed image of Bone Dolphin. The dwarf and dwarves. Bone Dolphin is... It's an image of Bone Dolphin being raised to the position of Chief Medical Dwarf, the Ocean of Ashes. So... I think those are probably just snatchers then? Because there's no siege icon? Yep. I mean, the military's training. Looks like they're fighting with them. Havoc is fighting with them. Okay, let's see what's going on. Punches the Goblin Thief in the head is the most recent thing that's happened. Okay, well that's... Seems to be a couple dead Goblin Thieves. Both other Rangers down here. Is there... Because I was a little bit scared to pull the lever. It seems that Zuntir here is chasing outside. You weren't just stolen or kidnapped, were you? Seems like we caught at least... Oh, we got a few of them. Look at that. Good stuff. Good catch on that, dwarves. Question is there more invaders? Nope. Yeah, we got them. Well done. Round of beers. for my cage traps. Glorious success, I say. Glorious success. You're looked upon too? Yeah, Senpai noticed you. It's the walls I was doing, right? Yeah. It's an image of dwarves. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of paddleboats. So he's like carving the history of paddleboats. Yeah, he did 2 of those back to back, looks like. Skipper is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the selection of Skipper as the position of expedition leader in the Ocean of Ashes in the mid-spring of 384. Actually, an exceptionally designed image of dwarves. The dwarves are laboring. Foundation of the fort. Lots of foundations of the fort. Oh, there's an image of Shogun, and is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Shogun to the position of manager. It's an image of a gauntlet by Cog. There you go, Cog. Yeah, things are going to start getting interesting when combat starts happening that I can't see. That's when things are... Oh, shit, I can't pause now. I should have done more construction work. The fighting was kind of distracting, believe it or not. You can't do that, because the second the dwarves interfere with it, the child is released from the bag. Or you'd have to catch them. Also, like, just keep your kids safe. If you want to keep your kids safe, put them in a burrow and, like, remove the chores that put them in dangerous situations. Like, if you care about keeping the kids safe, that is, like, the most absurd workaround. Just, like, disable the chores that can get them upset, and then, you know, that's all you really need to do, is disable the chores that get them upset. Also, our dwarf's back up to focused. But no, I don't agree that you should let goblins kidnap your children. Because, like, the dwarves will just beat the shit out of them. I'm only allowed to pause in the 5s and 0s of the month, and whenever the game is unpaused, there's only one dwarf I can follow. This dwarf. Cog the Broker. So now I can pause and I can go do construction or whatever. But otherwise, I'm limited to having to keep the game paused. That's the whole point, or the whole gimmick. You mean crocodiles? Why would I need to take care of crocodile children in Dwarf Fortress? I don't understand. We'll just do it this way. Unless you're talking about the video game Croc, which, by the way, apparently is getting a remaster. I don't know why, but it is apparently getting a remaster. I feel that way about a lot of remasters, though, where it's like, why? Why does that need that? Why must that be done? Most of these bedrooms are going to go to children, too. Okay, not mostly children. We did get enough new migrants. Saltwater crocodile man-child. I mean, I wouldn't want a man-child in my fort to begin with. That seems unpleasant. Generally, I try and attract, mature adults to the spaces that I operate within. Okay, so this is going to become library engraver's workshop. And this down here can just be the Farmers Guild, because that's the one they're demanding. So I will make this into a farmer's guild. And the engraver's guild can just have a secondary stair up to it. We'll just do it that way. Guild hall. Where is the general farmer's guild? There it is. 11 workers. It doesn't need to be public or anything. We've also got some nice gem-encrusted tables, which I think I could just queue up more encrusting for. Yerp, totally can. Let's see if I can get some chairs in here. Nice. Got some encrusted chairs, too. I'll put a coffer in there. Don't have any statues. I might have an instrument. No, don't have any instruments. Could put some displays in here. Put large gems on those. Go up here, put some more displays up here. Put some displays over here. Let's go and start making bookshelves. Maybe making copper bookshelves. How are we doing for copper, though? Out of copper. Okay, let's do silver bookshelves. Let's do 5 silver bookshelves. Bookcase, right? Bookcase, yes. Forward silver bookcase. Still making charcoal. Planning a new water project, as in new for you. The general concept has almost certainly been done before. I mean, that's the thing. Most projects have been done before, but you got to try and put your own unique spin on it, right? The size of the library does not change the ability to create writings. The only thing that changes the ability to create writings is whether or not there are writings that are available to be created, because there's a limited number of discoveries per world, and each one can only be created once. Or discovered once. And in order for dwarves to write about something, they either need to A, copy something that's previously been written, or B, make a discovery. So if you want to make discoveries, make a 100-year-old world and start scholars pondering right away. And then when they make discoveries, if there are available things to write, they will then write about their discoveries and write books on it. And spread the knowledge around the world. But dwarves must have some sort of telepathy so that they can communicate with one another somehow about what discoveries have already been made. They're clearly communicating through the mushroom wine. Yeah, I mean, if you want your own dwarves to make the discoveries and like write the majority of the books in the world, yes, start as early as possible in World Gen. Start at like year 30 even. But yeah, you want a young world if you want to do that. If you're playing in like, a 500 plus year old world, good luck. A lot of stuff will already be discovered, but you can still copy books. And there are lots of, I don't know the full list of things that can be discovered in each world, but there are lots of things that can be discovered, but you need to have dwarves that are interested in those subjects, which may not necessarily work in your favor. Let me put it this way. Focusing purely on writing unique books is a bit of a waste of time in fort mode, unless it's just for the RP purposes. So don't think that you're going to get like anything particularly material out of it. And if you're okay with that, then okay. But just, I guess, be aware of that. It's not something that will give you a material benefit. And if I don't get this done, the entire fort's going to cave in. Well, not cave in, but flood. Okay, and then up here I can just start building flooring. I mean, there's lots of ways to break the value counters in this game, and being blunt, if you're playing that game for that express purpose, you and me get enjoyment out of this game very, very differently. Or if you just go out of your way to abuse them because they exist, I feel like you'll diminish your own enjoyment of the game. All right, let's follow Cog. which is why I use scrolls most of the time. I mean, also, dwarves in fort mode can't make multi-page books. They can write one, but when it's bound into a book, it loses the additional pages. So, you know, stuff like that. I saw a dwarf recite anvils and whips at the Salty Paddle. I'm still proud of the name of this tavern, the Salty Paddle. No, I know exactly what you mean, Jasper Crow. I keep reading your name as Cow, not Crow. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, but they disintegrate with time if you leave them as quires. Just like wood. Wooden furniture will eventually degrade to nothing. Because quires degrade. Not really, James Floyd. Aside from giving in YouTube chat, James Floyd asked, did do books and discovering ideas do anything? Not really. It's mostly just flavor text. It gives your dwarves stuff to read about, which makes them happy, so it gives you free happy moods, basically, but that's about it. Also, I'm just realizing I've got hungry livestock roaming around. I just saw a yak, I think, so we gotta jump down to a lower level. Down to here, and plop animals into here that need to be in here. Fucking cats, man. So many cats in this fort that I don't want to be in this fort. Okay, so I can accept that Farmer's Guild. And I can check the value level of it. Sweet. So the Company of Blossoms should be satisfied with the Coastal Hide, which is not a bad name. Let's also put some large gems on this. Just so that they look cool. Well, see, here's the thing, right? There's two types of bugs in Dwarf Fortress. There's ones that are like, that stick around for a while. There's ones that are there because they're hard to find or would require disrupting some other system. And then there's ones that are there because it's a thing that's just a half-built feature that Tarn will go back and fix when it becomes a full feature. Books are one of those things, right? Like, the knowledge and the way knowledge works is something that's supposed to be pretty heavily overhauled at some point. So I'm pretty sure that a lot of those bugs are there, not because they're hard to find, but more just because it'll get done eventually and isn't, like, game-breaking. Like, if a bug it doesn't break the game, then often it sticks around longer than I think some people enjoy, but that's just Dwarf Fort. It's not something that really bothers me because I'm used to it. But I could see why it would bother people who, you know, haven't been playing the game for as long and maybe don't know. Yeah, but only if they're, like, causing problems, right? Like, you know, the goat psychosis bug that we were making fun of. That's game breaking because it makes the game crash, you know? Whereas something that doesn't make the game crash and is maybe just a bit sad that it's not more fleshed out is a system that should just get fleshed out in the future and fixed alongside of that. Okay, then up here, let's just do this. Could make this into a watchdog spot at some point, but what gauntlets bug? There's also a lot of things that people tell me are bugs where I'm just like, that's not a bug, so what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about with gauntlets bug. Also, chat room. I very rarely try to do this, but I don't do sponsored time. The thing that keeps this Twitch channel funded is subscriptions and bits. I've been streaming for 3 hours, and so far today, I've made, I'm just going to ballpark guess this, about $8 in YouTube ads and $12 in resubs. I have a daily minimum, and we're slightly above 10% of the way to my daily minimum for what I try to aim for the day. So check your Prime subscriptions if you happen to have them, because streamers got to pay bills. I know this is a shock, but it's true. All right, let's follow Cog. Clearly, the periscope needs a cannon on top of it. Well, I guess it is kind of turning into more of a submarine, isn't it? Huh. Saw Dwarf recite Burial and Nettles. Burial and Nettles. Brugan, thank you very much for the 2nd month with Prime. Welcome back. Check, and I get a round of beers. Remember, those beers keep me funded. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Straight up, this stream will eventually cease to exist if there isn't people with skulls next to their name. So if you like the content here, help me keep it funded. Shoutouts to the dwarf running around cleaning up all of the spilled alcohol. Etur the Metal Crafter. Isn't that one of the dwarves that became citizens because they had a kid here? I think that's the dad. Claim to the Metalsmith's Forge. We'll have to check in on him right after this. Rollball, thanks for the 17th month.
Monthly fund crypt beer.
Thanks for the 17th month. Or actually, rather, 18th month. Not the 17th month. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. But yeah, that is actually genuinely the way that I keep this stream not full of sponsored segments, is because I'm very lucky that people subscribe to this channel. So I thank you for that. Max and Fett, congratulations. I think you just doubled, if not tripled, today's revenue. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for the 5-pack. Okay, let's get all this stuff deconstructed and move up through here and go, okay, what can I clear off here? Because we'll be relatively safe once all this flooring is done. And Jasper, thanks for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Now it's a hype train. So now you can get emotes that you don't want, potentially. Let's also check all the way down here, because I need to make sand go from all the way down here to all the way up, basically. Also going to clear out all this. This I can just get rid of, I think. So I'm not going to do anything with that, not for a while anyway. Because this is finally full. And this is all drained, which is always kind of wild when you see that happening. Although the question is will this refill? So it is 4 deep over here. I wonder how big of an area this is, because it would be fun to just like drain a big portion of the lava sea. What kind of creature is that? It's a baby Drothla. We've been butchering them quite a bit. They're like cavern grazers, basically. Like I used to have them. People used to describe them as like cave horses, because they're a large 4-legged creature with kind of a lion's mane that eats the moss in the caves. They're a naturally occurring cave critter. Murphys, thanks for the gift. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks for sticking around all these years. If a crippling fear of fortified settlements run by alcoholics with better beards than you. Anyways, I mean, I'm doing good, Lord Floof. Yourself? Thanks for the 10 pennies. Sorry, I don't like being pushy about subs, but sometimes it feels necessary. All right, that stuff all got moved. You're just hungry. Probably place some of this. Nope. Right, yeah, because you claimed this. So Etter has grabbed silver bars and sheep's wool. Who is currently hauling gems. So I won't know until they get back. Or until we unpause again. Jay Martin, thanks for checking out a gift as well. And Roble, thanks for the 5-pack. At the rate that this train is going, we're probably going to clear what I need for the day regardless. For Mike Romeo, thank you as well for the 5-pack of gift subs. It's my livelihood. You have the right to be pushy. Well, I think there's a very fine line between saying, hey, I'm a crowdfunded stream, and being pushy. I don't want to be pushy, right? But I also don't want to sit here and shill, like, I don't know, Factor Foods or Squarespace. As an okay product as Squarespace is, I don't need to be a corporate mouthpiece. The way I describe my stream, I'm the product. I don't want my audience to be the product. Like if somebody's going to just sacrifice all of their data and privacy for money, let that be me. I don't want my audience to have to do that. Well, I mean, I get paid all right, but I'm also like a busker, Jasper, which means if I don't remind people sometimes, I make literally no money. So I do okay, generally. And that's the thing that you need to remember, is generally I'm doing okay. But I'm an internet panhandler. So sometimes I could just make zero money in a day. Show. Regardless, thank you. Little reminder isn't pushy at all. Yeah, well. Trust me, I will be slightly pushy when the big events from September happen, which is the deep sales that Twitch will do. I need to look at this and go cog. That's what I need to do. Let's follow cog, because everything else has been queued up. I've been distracted by this whole hype train thing that's happening. Thanks for the level 4 clearing hype train, chat room. And Cicado, thank you very much for chucking out a gift. Means a lot. Thanks for watching, dude. Appreciate you. I just have to keep an eye on this artifact, really. Ezem the peasant has given birth to a boy. Yet another one. Murfist would like a dwarf. I can give you a dwarf on the 5th of next month. So if you have approximate idea of what job you want, let me know. You honked over your resub? I mean, I heard it. And the honk. Sure. I can save the game after I name that dwarf. We'll do it that way. Anything exciting happen yet? We had some goblins arrive and try to kidnap children. We found the Magma Sea. I think sieges are going to start coming. We're in the process of getting a cog moved up to a baron. Because we've been we've risen through the ranks in the local area, hoping that this dwarf's wife arrives. We dug in. We're in the process of building a glass forge down here in the Magma Sea, which I think will be cool. A lot of small things. Yeah, we found adamantine. Praise the miners. Right, no, that's not the number 5. It's number 3, silly. You'd like a soldier? Pick one. Those are your options. Unless you want to be one of these ones. But they're not really a squad right now. It's not a fully functional one yet. You want it to turn into us? Why? Do you want the day off work or something? These are my squids. So the militia commander is not an option. But I can skim through and find one who likes it. Like, this dwarf seems to quite enjoy at least the training portion. This dwarf doesn't seem to be super enjoying it. To see if he gets an extra year. Yeah, no, I mean, we will find out if he dies of old age. In a moment here. Also, chat, there's 1 minute left in that hype train if you'd like to take part. I just want to say once again, thank you very much to everybody for helping keep the channel funded. English seems nice. Where's English? This one. Seems to be a little bit lonely. Does seem to like learning about the military stuff, though. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Tends to be passive in discussions and tends to be a little wasteful in working on projects. Thanks for the $1. Murphist. She's slow to anger and she occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. And she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. Personally respects the law and values sacrifice. Captain of the Guard. Potential. Likes Mudstone, Billin, and Black Zircon. Warthog Hoof and Gems and Short Swords. As well as reindeer for their large herds. And the words of the Book of Reticence. And when possible prefers to consume giant red panda and raspberry wine. And hates cave spiders. Charam, thanks for the 22 subscriptions and the $1.10 in bits. In about 15 minutes, I can tell you guys how close to my daily cross my fingers minimum I am. Impossible prefers to consume giant red panda and raspberry. It's a very narrow chin. She is a legendary observer and a talented swords dwarf. Former member of the Copper Fellowship, which is a religion. And has a large family. Nobody noteworthy to me. You worship quite a few gods. You're not on friendly terms with any adventurers either, so you're not somebody I've encountered before, but you do have quite the history. And Weltons! I'm trying to say that whole thing. Weltenschlang. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Thanks to the Prime for the 3rd month! It's definitely one that trips me up when I see it. We got dwarves attending meetings. I think the mayor needs jobs removed. Because the mayor just needs to focus on going to those meetings. These bedrooms are all done, which means I could do more over here. I think over here, I'm going to make a guild hall. This is going to be a public guild. And I just deleted that zone because I fat thumbed the wrong button, but that's okay. And this is going to be a public zone, and it is going to be an engraver's guild. You know what? Let's just do a singular. Petrified wood stair. And I'll just go into here and say, citizens and long-term residents. And I'm going to go into here and do some early engraving. We're going to let our only engraver, who's Cog, do some engraving. Works for me. It's World Snake in German. Yeah, I mean, which is why I just butcher it horribly. Because I'm like, I should know how to pronounce this, but I simply don't. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Prime, by the way? I realize you just posted some for the bits, but... And thank you once again for the hype train. Cog is our dwarf. Follow Cog. And I'm in an ad break, so I will do... Actually, now's a good time to do that quick save. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, 2 seconds. I'm gonna go use the toilet. Oh, this is all running. Oi. Made it back before the ads ended. Hell yeah. What armor pieces you should prioritize for military dwarves? It doesn't matter. Whatever you have access to. Higher, like, denser materials just, how do I word this? Denser materials don't degrade as quickly. So the were-lizard Nako Snagasuno has come. A large lizard? Anyway, a large lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow chartreuse. Its sandy tub scales are blocky and close set. You will know why you fear the night. So, true story, I'm going to go see King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard on the 12th. Very excited, but this is not so exciting. They're live streaming the whole like tour, so if you watch their YouTube channel, maybe you'll see me in the crowd. We might have to name him Death of the Fortress, because we just hit the 5th, so I can pause actually. And I hadn't unpaused yet for the 5th. So I can actually find out where he is. Oh! Praise be to, you know, that. Also, apparently we caught a giant one-humped camel. That is very convenient. Cage traps are OP. This is true. You know, another thing that I could do is I could literally just, like, construct them here and just let them... But, I mean, shoutouts to my cage traps. Solve that problem? No kidding. I do need to throw them into the water, though. Or into the caves, though. That's definitely something that we need to do. Definitely something that we need to do. So if I go down into here, well, actually, if I go over to here. And then go cages and traps. Got several goblins we can throw into here as well. Were-lizard. There's a Drothla. Some more Drothlas. Another goblin. Giant one-humped camel. There we go. Yeah, but they would get they would die when I'm pretty sure they would die when it unthaws. Because I'm pretty sure the process of freezing would kill them. Can't drown a werebeast? Not when they're in were-creature form. But in non-were-creature form, you can. I once had a were-creature that, like, tried to get to my fort through, I think it was a moat that I had, and it turned back into a human halfway through. No, it was like the fortress was, like, in a bay area. Anyway, tried to, like, cross the water and then became human halfway through and then drowned, which was pretty fucking funny. And I still think is very funny. You know what? Let's use siltstone down here. Because this is just going to be for glass. And we can also collect sand from up in the crow's nest, which will be kind of nifty. I just need to actually spot the spots where those are. Also, I'm not going to say that I'm cage min-maxing, The cages just happen to be in a very convenient position. Like, I don't know. I'm not gimmicking things. They're just dumb and step on my cages. Like, whose fault is that? Don't blame the cage. Blame the idiot who stepped in it. Are cages OP, or is that character just really dumb? Suppose we'll never know. Baby Drothla? Yeah, they're very good in meatball format. Okay, so we've begun the mysterious construction over here. Which is Drothla Child Bone. Silver bars, sheep's wool cloth, radiant cut cherry opals. Rough cherry opals, and reindeer cherry opals. It's okay. I don't mind that cages are imbalanced. Personally, I think cages should be able to catch were creatures. Dragons, though? Giants? I feel like giants, minotaurs, dragons, and ettins should be like trap avoid. But were creatures make sense because they are ridiculously strong. In one cage. So what do? Like, wait for an enemy army to attack you, and then just, like, pull a lever, and then release them all at once? Ooh. Thlycut, the metal crafter, has created Kan Zud Rimad, a silver bracelet, and offers it to the Ocean of Ashes. What do you think we should do with that bracelet? I think we should put it in this guild hall that our dwarf here is detailing all these images on, which are probably all superior to masterwork level. But maybe not a tin cage. So maybe like an adamantine cage or maybe a steel cage. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. But I think for that we'd have to be able to specify what type of material the cage goes into a particular cage trap, but which currently we don't have. So now dwarves can learn stuff up here, which will be helpful. I need to make sure they're not making baby cats. Whenever I see a cat run by, I get concerned. And now we wait for the 10th. Just pack them all in one Amazon shipping crate? I mean, yeah, you could totally do that. Just assign them all to a cage, but I don't know. I feel like I would attach that cage to a lever and then like use that as like a death pact for the end of the fort or something. Like that, like if you're gonna make a self-destruct button, like that would be a fun one, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So it's a bracelet, right? Yeah, silver bracelet. Also, how's the value of this room doing? Damn, it's pretty high value. Let's take a look at this silver bracelet, assuming it's still here. Yes, it is. This is a silver bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and encircled with bands of cherry opal cabochons and Drothla bone. This object menaces with spikes of cherry opal. On the item is an image of Rakust Utcher clasped the dwarf in Drothla bone. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in cherry opal. That's a pretty dope bracelet, actually. It's probably a pretty wide bracelet as well. Okay, I guarantee we don't have those bookcases done yet. Nope. So it'll take a little bit for this to get kicked up again. Tetrahedrite. Basically, I can smelt tetrahedrite, but I don't have much tetrahedrite. I've only found, like, the one vein of it. But I'm going to go down here, and we're going to start doing glass. Just green glass, nothing fancy. But I'm also... Actually, I think I might not be making cloth. I need to check my cloth supplies. Furnaces. Magma glass furnace. And magma glass furnace. So I'm just going to say collect sand 50. I'm just going to do that. Restarts if completed, check monthly. And let me just go cloth. Yeah, I don't think we're making thread. Yeah, we are not making cloth into thread. Okay, so let's... Pretty sure we were doing that because... Yeah, no automatic weaving. We were doing that because of injuries. Going to make a secondary loom, I think. I also need some more bedrooms, so I'm going to try and queue some of these up. Are we making blocks currently? Yes, we are. We'll wait a little bit. You once captured an in a cage, but you didn't know that it would release if you moved it to the trade depot. So you tried to sell it to the humans? Sneaky sales attempt. Gone wrong. That's funny. Speaking of, let's throw these goblins into this pit. And also this goblin, Nako. Because Nako is the were creature. Oops, no, you'd be in here. Nako is crying. She has kids. No known kills. She's a former member of the Plain Evil and the Communion of Silence. A previous member of the Molten Evils and was the head executioner of the Plain Evil for a bit. The Undignified Terrors. Lots of goblin factions. Well, not somebody I've ever encountered before. Desokan, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Why some dwarves were spontaneously combusting? I have a theory, but I don't have an actual, like, specific reason. My theory is that temperatures don't always reset right away on clothing and materials. So if a dwarf, and also I don't think thread in Dwarf Fortress can burn. Okay, so those are the two things. So what I think happened was the dwarves that were in hospital were getting stitches from dwarves that had burned to death. And I don't think that reset the temperature on the stitches. So when doctors put stitches in those dwarves, it made them combust. That is my theory. And that is a corroborated theory, but I don't know for certain. Also, Disco Dwarf Dork, thanks for the beer for the Desokun's 5th month with Prime. It's good to see you as well. I think I saw you in the chat the other day. I think it was on Friday, asking if anybody was here. Was it you, Disco? Anyway, yeah, sorry, I probably should have done a better job announcing that I was taking that day off. You just reset with Prime 2? Thank you. That's why you keep coming back. Stitches that set you on fire? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it leaves more questions than answers, really, but that is part of the fun. Seems like these engraving demonstrations are gonna go well. The mayor still needs an armor stand, which, have you made that yet? Can I give you an armor stand? Okay. I thought I had one queued up. It's probably because I'm out of copper, right? Let's say silver armor stand. Make one, please. Oh, they were definitely sterile, and so were the dwarves when they died shortly after. Could also just, like, queue up a bunch more of this. Should probably also check this. Because we've actually got some water. Some of these boulders are melting. I think that's clear all the way down. So it's official. I've built a surface crow's nest. So if giant birds want to attack us, it's very easy for them to do that now. Let's also go down until that area where I found the tetrahedrite and dig around a bit more to try and find some more. Prospecting. And before rock. Rock would be fun. Also, remember, I can't tab away and lock things either, so if stuff starts happening, it just starts happening. And, oh yeah, another thing I need to do. I think it's this layer that has sand in it. Yeah, so I will deconstruct some of this. Although I'll do this priority number 1. Because underneath this flooring in here is sand somewhere, so this is where we're going to start collecting sand. Hog, who is currently asleep. Give you other labors again. He wants to fight and he wants martial training. Actually, hold on. Let's just stay paused for a second. Where are we? I'm looking for something abandoned. Ooh. Should I go explore my old fortress of Dragonspike? I love the name of this book, Negativity, Before and After. What do you think, chat? Yes or no? What can you get from there? All of those named items. Lots of books, fuckloads of books, and plenty of artifacts. They're going to go try and loot the place, and because of that, I'm going to need a second squad. So I've got some dwarves already that are novice armor users. What I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to toss in dwarves that don't have any other professions. And then what I'll do is I will remove the ones that are very clearly not going to do well in the military. Also, you and you both do this. A little short on the weapons, but at the very least, we've got some armor for them. We defeated depression forever. Man, if only that was true. Oh yeah, I guess I should have checked if we killed those... if the fall killed those goblins. We struck the Lemonite, which isn't a usable substance in this game, I don't think. There we go. Struck something. Tetrahedrite. Excellent. Found more tetrahedrite. Good news, everybody. There can be much rejoicing. We have more copper and silver. Which means I can probably... nope, can't quite reach it. Hey, Dwarf, you want to walk north, please? Dwarf. Dwarf, please walk north. No? Okay. Gonna walk the opposite direction. Awesome. I think I may just set it to only farmers harvest because we do actually have a decent number of farmers in here. Let's go labor, standing orders. I think it's other. Yeah, only farmers harvest. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, you up here. Smelt tetrahedrite ore. And then let's go down to where that tetrahedrite was. Well, actually, yeah. Doing okay, Sniper, and yourself. It's right here. Get both of those automated. Get these automated. Not a bad series of ores, I gotta say. Okay, maybe it is the Slayer that has it then. Yeah, I guess this was the ocean floor level, which would also explain why all these boulders are here. All right. Let's keep following Cog. There you go. Came here to say thank you. Well, thank you very much for swinging by to say thank you, Kenny TV, and enjoy the subscription. Just started in this game. Do I have any suggestions on how to not get overwhelmed by trying to keep your dwarves happy and healthy? You don't need to keep every dwarf happy. In fact, you can't keep every dwarf happy. Failure is part of the video game and the best way to learn. Try and theme each fort around a small idea, and then do your best to build on top of those mechanics in consecutive forts as you learn and make mistakes. Also, don't generate a new world with every fort. If you generate forts in the same world, if your dwarves survive and you play as part of the same faction the next time, you may run into those dwarves again. Dwarf Fortress is obtuse, but it's not a hard game. It's a very, it's a game that allows you to break it by simply, allowing for broken strats to be in the game and viable if you want to do that. So if you want to make a completely, self-sufficient fort, you can do that. Also keep in mind, if you go into the escape menu and then go to settings and go to difficulty, you can pretty much remove all major threats if you want to. So if you want a more passive experience to just learn mechanics, that's a perfectly viable way to do that. There's no shame in making the game a little bit easier on yourself if that makes it more pleasant. This is a good amount of tetrahedrite we're finding. We can build the cannons for the ship. Well, I mean, we found more tetrahedrite. Currently, we're just building weapons and armor for the dwarves. And furniture. A lot of furniture, actually. Telenartho has, in fact, been around today, and you made an artifact. You made a artifact earring, which is this. Cowbone earring, craftsmanship ship of high quality, and it's encrusted with marquee cut cherry opals and encircled with bands of spore tree. And you gifted it to the factions, so thus we decided it best to give it to Cog. So you are in fact still alive and about. And you're a doctor. No, nobody's been burned by fire imps in this fort as well. Worth noting. Dwarf wants to eat a good meal again. Well, it's time for you to be hungry. From the lowly times of a peasant, we needed doctors suddenly because of an accidental accident, and you weren't injured, so I figured thus that was enough of a requirement to be a decent doctor. Not injured and currently standing. Sometimes is all you need to become a doctor in Dwarf Fort. Okay, so this should start clearing stuff. And on the 5th, I can pause again. Which is right about now. That was a very long day. All right, let's go up to here. There we go. So this is going to be our sand collection zone. And then I will put a grate on it, maybe floor bars. Although this is technically going to be outdoors, so it should be fine. Okay. I'm just going to do a thing real quick. Fix web, or actually just fix drop webs, because I know for a fact there's a bunch of flying webs down in the caves. Let's also jump down to the cavern layer that I have access to briefly. Yeah, all these. And I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to fortify this. And fortify this, and fortify this. And also, we're going to check over here and see, did they all die? Well, there's miasma, so that's a good sign. Yep, looks like all of them died. Excellent. Good stuff. How many bags do I have? Plenty of bags. I'm going to unforbid all of those. Plenty of them have seeds in them, not all of them do. Splat indeed, yes. Well, it's not pigtail season for a bit. I think what we should do is just encourage these little spiders to come in. Because if I can encourage the spiders to come in through fortifications, then we'll just get silk, and we can just roll with silk. Creed, thank you very much for gifting a sub to 404 Not Found. And also Soupful. Appreciate you, man. You should hit sniper if you're sniping. Just getting a drink, which is good. And thanks for gifting a subscription to J Oriental and Moonlight. Chatroom, can I get a big round of beers for Creed, who's being very generous right now? The thing that you need to remember about Misters, Havoc, you do not need them to recover moods. They're kind of like a Band-Aid. But they are definitely effective. It's one of those things where it's like, it's an accepted mechanic, but it's too strong. It's too effective. So just don't let it take away from your experience or enjoyment playing the game. That would be my advice. Great, thanks for hitting Sniper, as well as Jaw. So drunk from all these beers. I mean, just don't get, like, you know, beer logged. Because that wouldn't be pleasant. Okay, so they're probably going to start collecting the sand now. Also apparently struck a lot of diamonds. That's a little concerning. How did I just find that? Because wouldn't I have found that a while ago? Yeah, but like, I built the walls. Wouldn't building the walls open the vision? How did I see further than I'd already seen in the past? It just makes me think that some dwarf got stuck outside of the fortress. Huh. Does fortifying walls give you a longer vision cone? Like, does it let you see further? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe. I mean, I don't think there's any dwarves with hunters assigned, but there's dwarves with the hunter task. Although observation has gone up, so maybe that's what it is? I don't know. Anyway, that's odd. Let's make green glass spike. I'm thinking about making spike traps. By that, I mean like weapon traps. Menacing green glass spikes. Let's make 50 and repeat monthly. And let's do 50 and repeat monthly. So they'll just slowly start working on that. There's tons of tetrahedrite around now, which is good. Alongside of other materials that are less useful. And we will keep following Cog. Yeah, I don't... I'm in two minds as to whether or not I want to leave him on all tasks or not. Oh, squads are back. Well, we'll have to check that when we hit the 15th. But they all made it back, so that's good. Looks like the Paradox logo? I guess. It's kind of a spiral. Their logo is kind of a spiral. Feels just right. Why? I mean, I haven't dug down to where I'm dropping the creatures. Disco Dwarf Dork. What about it makes it feel right to you? Is it like they're getting impaled on the ramp or something? We've got this now. I mean, it's more of a just a they're mining it out following the what's it called? The auto mining job. So the occult girders have returned, which is a funny name for a squad. Got a bunch of adult animals I can slaughter now. So I think the first thing we'll do... Satisfied... So his most recent thought is he's happy after teaching engraving. So we are on the 15th of winter. So chat, place your bets. Is this dwarf going to die of old age? Place your bets. What do you think? Apparently these dwarves are good at swimming. Searched Dragon Spike. Seems like we got a bunch of books. Tides in the Sun, Interpretations of the Staff. Star Charts Exposed. Uncanny Rainfall. And The Silky Prince. What's The Silky Prince? Where'd you get the 38% number from? It's gotta be an artifact then. The Kind Blanket. That's a funny name. The Murder of Kings. That's a cool name. Yeah, it is. We have a artifact axe that has appeared. It's an iron battle axe. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of willows and iron. It is spattered with Sloopy's Forgotten Beast ichor. I think that's the Forgotten Beast that killed that fort. I think. That's pretty dope, though. It's not science proved whatsoever. Fair enough. Should make like silver rings or something. Although we need new clothing. So I need to see if dwarves are doing weaving. Is something I need to check. Because we need socks. And trousers. And a shirt for this dwarf. So if I see him run past it, maybe I could click it. But once we hit summer, I'm going to need to plant pigtails. You've yet to see a dwarf die of old age? I've seen it happen many times. I think it's something that a lot of people just don't notice. Basically, if you have a dwarf randomly show up dead on the 1st of spring, they died of old age. It happens often enough. Okay, 19 is the day that we're up to. And I also need to make a stockpile for menacing glass spikes. That's something else I need. Which I'm going to put on the surface. Pause. Maybe not right there. Maybe like right here. So that'll be in trap components? Yes. Menacing spikes. There it is. So usable, unusable. Yup. 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 We'll just say all materials, but those can all just go right there. And I'm just going to make, let's see, how are we doing on silk? 16 silk. Let's do socks. Silk socks. And like I realize I have these. See, here's the thing. I'm not searching for predictions. I could make a prediction. I don't know if I actually have any active mods who could do it, but I don't know. I prefer the discussion. Like, I'd like to know if you think that someone's going to die, and if so, why? I mean, I could pause and make a prediction, but I've always found that those are not the best parts of Twitch, personally. It's quite the stack of cage traps. Let's just go up to here and deconstruct these. Put them back into the mix. And you haven't a clue how to do such things? I mean, you manage the chat. So I said I don't think I have any mods here right now who know how to do that. You boop people from time to time. That's all we really need you to do. It's a 50% chance every year. So, spoilers. It's preset for every dwarf. I don't know when this dwarf is set to die. I might be able to check it with DF hack, but that's cheating. So no, but there is a chance every year post they're at the age of 150 where they could just drop dead at any moment. Looks like an orb? What looks like an orb? These bedrooms? Funny looking orb, but... Never used moderator view? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't pay my mods if they don't want to learn how to do something, it's fine. But the only mod that really does that stuff is Elfie. I do have several other mods. Like Hobo knows how to do that stuff, but he doesn't generally. Because he's not the he's a busy guy in real life. What a peculiar way to make rooms. Maybe you make rooms in a peculiar way. Personally, to me, this is just a really efficient way to make constructed rooms. So that's how I do it. Jasper wants you to post beers, chat. Although, seems like you're already on it. This is going to be my library. With wooden chairs. And bookcases. Oh, really? Have we not made those yet? Come on. I thought I queued up silver bookcases. I did. Got tons of silver. What the hell? Hey. We're also making charcoal still. Maybe it just keeps maybe it just keeps canceling instead of like successfully making it. Let's just give them a head start with the charcoal. All right. Jump back to COG. Actually, one other thing I want to check. Sand. Okay, so we've got 9 sandbags and let's say glass. Sweet, we've started to make glass spikes. Oh, is your internet having a bad day? Yeah, that sucks. Good luck. I do read the YouTube chat, yes. But it's more of a lurker chat than an active chat, because I'm generalizing here, but most of the time, Twitch chat is busier than YouTube chat. But YouTube chat has been picking up recently, probably due to the success of some of the videos I've uploaded recently. But I interact with Twitch chat more because Twitch chat is... sorry, YouTube, where I make the majority of the money that I make. There's only been 1 month in my entire career where YouTube has done better than Twitch. So Twitch is kind of the community that I actively interact with. YouTube is more of a lurker zone. I do read it, so just don't expect timely responses. Sloping towards instead of just mining rock, because I can make 2 floors up, so I can build up. Because I'm constructing my living quarters. So it gives me space to build, basically. Am I? Oh, actually, I think I know what might be the problem. Probably just not making tetrahedrite, so I'm running out of materials. Well, fortunately, like, you know, a bus not showing up, it's not your fault, right, Lanix? Like, if you're going to have something, like, affect your ability to do your job, you just kind of got to hope that it's not your fault and you have, like, plausible deniability. And, like, in this, I would say that that's the case, but... Here goes the dwarves. So I'm pretty sure the end of this month is going to be the first day of spring. And your main app lagged to hell? Yikes. Yeah, I don't like my current ISP because their service is spotty and inconsistent, but fortunately they have enough raw speed that it doesn't matter so much. Oh, dang. I was trying to undump a bunch of items, but... Alright, let's see if he dies of old age. It'd be very funny if he did. Time to roll for initiative. Although it's like his heart that's rolling for initiative. Sure, if I was totally fine with using stolen artwork to mimic, like, somebody's inability to imagine something. Why would I do that when I would just simply imagine what they look like? Like, imagination is significantly more powerful than, you know, digital bullshit generators. So, fuck no. Save versus death? Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. That would be Constitution, wouldn't it? But yeah, no, I don't think that stuff's worth acknowledging as any kind of value. So he's still alive? Cog gets to exist for another year. Well done, Cog. Well, I mean, kill the monarchy. So my first job, Thomas Tanner as king, is to dissolve the monarchy. Because in YouTube chat, Thomas just said that I am a king based on my take on AI nonsense. When making socks of any kind of normally paired equipment, does one have to queue it up or for double? Yeah, so they make they make doubles. Also, mugs you get 4, by the way, and stone blocks you also get 4, but wooden blocks you get 1. So don't worry about that. The Guild of Fingers now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished. A minor guild. Well then. Ah, I see. Need to smelt more tetrahedrite. I don't understand. Okay, let's just go into here. Silver bookcase. Please. And I need to make a clothing shop. Which I can't really put in here because there's no space. Could just plop up here. It's just not the best spot for it. Especially because I kind of want stuff to move off of this area. Put it on somebody's bedroom, but that's kind of mean. Let's just put 2 over here, and I'll just agree to myself that I will build around them in the future. Is it 3 mugs, not 4? Okay, that makes even less sense. I thought it was 4. But I concede if you believe that that is not the case. Hello, Hobo. How are you? Yeet. All that, sorry, Hobo, for talking about the serious, annoying subjects right when you get here. all that image generation gets us is the gratification for lazy people who don't want to learn how to draw and can't afford to commission art. So that's all it really does, being publicly available. It just makes people less likely to learn to draw, which I would say is a negative. Stoned Hobo's getting a dwarf, apparently. Chat room, what kind of dwarf should I... Or what rather, Hobo, what kind of dwarf do you want? One with a beard, I presume? Maybe, Thlycut the Metal Crafter has good beard. Skilled with thwack stick. Nerded cook. Let's see if I have a cook. I don't have cook. Do I have dwarf who good at cook? Let's see. I don't have any bearded dwarves that are available that are also good cooks. I could give you a wood burner. He makes fire. He's got a good beard. He'll take the metal crafter? Okay. This dwarf is interesting because this dwarf was one of the defenders of the trade wagons. And then his wife had a child while he was here. And then his other kids showed up and they became citizens. So you like made me learn that an interaction is possible. But Hobo and his wife, Kib, she's a militia captain. He is the creator of a silver bracelet, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He lives a fast-paced life, and he's somewhat quarrelsome. He's bothered by this since he values friendship, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He's slow to anger and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally does not really value skills related to fighting. And he likes lay pewter and clear tourmaline and lime wood, giant swan tooth, I like the band Giant Swan, and amber, and the color periwinkle, helms, and the words of the intricate lark, and when possible prefers to consume cougar eel, and nautilus, and cabbages, and pendant amaranth beer. Okay, I need to know what a cougar eel looks like. That's an ugly motherfucker. What an ugly thing. You guys want to see Hobo's preferred luncheons? Just take a look at this. I mean, it's cute in a hideous way. It's kind of got, like, adorable eyes, but they're big. I'm sure, like, you know, having eaten eel, yeah, I'm sure they probably don't taste all that bad, but, like, it's got a face only a chef could love, that's for sure. Maybe a scientist? Like, this is a good image. Look at this. He's just like, move into my mouth, you little shit. I don't mind the memes that have come out of AI art. What I think is fascinating, here's my take on these big models. It's art theft, right? Period. Just flat. They're trained on stolen works. But if you want to download a model or use one in your own free time to generate shit to look at, by all means, go nuts. You know, the tech's cool. This is my business. This is my job. These are my streams. Everything that I do here, the content that I create, is owned by me. if I am broadcasting an image that's using stolen assets, that's suddenly a liability for me if I'm archiving my VODs. And it's such new tech that is currently getting like pushed back against very heavily, that if I suddenly start displaying this bullshit all over my stream, and let's say that copyright catches up, hypothetically, I would have to like find every VOD where I did that and probably delete it just out of safety's sake. Which is why, like, when I see YouTube channels where like all their thumbnails of AI bullshit, and it's like, you know, when I first started making money doing this, one of the first things I did was commission art. And I've had people be like, oh, I don't make enough money that it's worth it. It's like, so you don't want to invest the money you're making back into your business? So if you're not making enough money that you can't pay somebody like $100 to draw you a picture, then you're not making enough money for it to be worth doing. So like maybe invest in branding and marketing and making your work look unique instead of making it look generic and slimy. But I don't mind the memes that have come out of it, like that supposed lady demon thing that Midjourney was generating for a while that kept showing up in apocalypse scenes. Sure. I mean, if I did what the band Unleashed, so this is what Max Fitz in the YouTube chat said. So if the AI was trained on art which was not stolen, it's okay for you to use it on my stream. If I did what the band Unleashed the Archers did for their most recent album, where they paid an artist to paint 1,000 paintings in a particular color palette and relatively consistent style of giant buildings, and then use those images to generate their album art. If I could afford to do that and train my own model, sure, I'd use it. But that's not a reasonable ask for me financially. Like, that's out of my realm of possibility. I would rather just commission one image of one thing and then ship it. Like, that's what I'd rather do. But at this point, there's outside of spelling correction, like spell check, like the shit that's baked into your phone, I will not use any of that stuff in my work, period. And until they figure out a way to either do it ethically and the laws catch up to it, or people stop like masturbating over how cool they seem to think it is for some reason, the day that one of those two things happens will be a great day for me. I have absolutely no interest in using generated bullshit for branding or as part of my stream. If you do, go nuts. What you do in the private of your own home is up to you. I will not broadcast it or promote it in a positive manner because I don't think it's having a positive effect on society, nor my friends who, draw for a living. It's clearly doing terribly. It's all doing terribly. Like the funny thing about a lot of AI tech is the successful stuff is the stuff you haven't heard about, like the stuff that's actually useful. Like technically I use AI models whenever I make a short. I generate the subtitles using a very small AI model. But like, things like noise reduction in audio editing, stuff like that, like small things, like little tools that are attached to other pieces of software, super useful. It's annoying as fuck that it's all called AI now, because it's not. But like, when you see these CEOs, like the people running OpenAI and the people at Microsoft and the people at Google, it's really funny because whenever it's just like, whenever they say something along the lines of, what are the successes of this technology? They're stumped. It's all just like future possible successes because everything that they have right now that succeeds isn't succeeding well enough for the investment to be worth it. And the tech that they're developing is bad and not good enough to do anything of actual use to most people. So it's just scummy, lazy people who want to try and jump on to get rich quick schemes using this shit to like either scam people or alternatively make stuff real quick, like nonsense. Like that guy that generated 10,000 fake bands and then put them all up on Spotify and YouTube Music and then used bots to listen to them. Like, anyway, now I'm in an ad break, so I'll just leave the game paused. And the actual, like, cost to make it effective technology would be so fucking high that it would just be cheaper to pay people, which is something you almost never hear people in positions of money power say. Like, here's an example. Caves of Cud is full of little models to generate its books and parts of its world. Like, they kind of built one before it became a buzz term. Isn't your camera AI enhanced? Only if... Okay, number one, autofocus is not AI enhanced. That's number one. Number two, I'm not using their software, so no. It's just a plug-and-play camera by default. It's literally just a 4K camera that runs at 60 frames or 120 frames. So if I installed their software, all it does is it gives you fancy autofocus and background removal, which Discord does. Who cares? Also, I'm not using their software. Yeah, I mean, it's my biggest annoyance with all of this stuff is I can't refer to AI in video games anymore. Anyway. Cameras have had autofocus for years just because they've suddenly realized that they can, like, rebrand smart autofocus as AI enhanced. Doesn't mean anything's actually changed about the tech. Where's Cog? Sleeping. Minor guild, minor guild, minor guild, minor guild, minor guild, minor guild. Where do I want to put you? Sure. I mean, like, if you're building a unique one-off system for in a game, that's one thing, right? But if you generated all of your assets in Midjourney, I don't want to play your game. Like, I mean, procedural text exists in a lot of games. I mean, KitFox just picked up the Astronauts, which uses procedural text for all of its dialogue. Just trying to think where I could put the Miners Guild for this. I don't really want to. Whoops. Guess I could put it down. Let's put it over here. We'll construct a building over here for miners. Yeah, exactly. Like branding that as AI is, as far as I'm concerned, a scam. Jerry Intel. Like, that's definitely an interesting portion of the games industry, right? But it's not fucking HAL. You know? Unless, like, somebody's making a 2001 A Space Odyssey video game, which might actually be kind of neat. So, maybe we need HAL in video games. Can't be asked. I see what you did there. Okay, let's do that and that. Maybe corner this wall off here. That's going to become the Miners Guild, probably. All right. We'll let them build that, work on this, and we'll go follow Cog. No, I know. I completely know. I know exactly what you mean. But this is going to be, you know, just one of those situations where I become an old man, right? And I think it's acceptable to just say, that's dumb and we should stop. Even if it's something that's just like, yeah, that's the way the language works now. Like, even if that is the case, which is the case in a lot of situations, I think it's totally fair to say, but I personally think it's dumb, and reiterate that you think it's dumb whenever it comes up. And even if it's just a old man yells at clouds thing, you ain't gonna stop me. Old man yells at AI generated cloud. Strange, it looks like a real cloud. Simulation theory, people's heads explode. Spring has arrived. Made it up to the 10th. Let's check animals. Caught another giant one-humped camel. Let's butcher some animals, I think. We'll see you later, Neezer. Take care of yourself. Also, chat, either today, tomorrow, or the following day, sometime in the next few days, I'm going to be streaming a little bit of a game called Eye of the Commando, which is a game from the developer of Dungeon Mans, who, speaking of art and artists, the artist who did the majority of my emotes has done some work on assets for that game. And I've been told that that game has butt physics. So, I don't know, look forward to that. We have a singular bookcase, meaning I can build my library now. The Diamond Library. Well, that's fancy sounding. There's definitely great applications for AI, but art isn't one of them. Tedious and repetitive work. Honestly, I think the most eloquently stated thing in this entire subject that I've seen is Eddie Burbach's video that he uploaded the other day called AI is Here, Now What? And it basically comes down to what you're saying, where there's some really cool things to do with the tech, right? Like the tech can be really cool if implemented in interesting ways, which is exactly how I feel about blockchain, by the way, but that's a different can of marbles. And essentially, like, his point by the end of the video is just like, because what he does, and it's an interesting way to think about it, is he tries to interact with every single option for available, like, off-the-shelf AI stuff. So he, interacts with, like, ChatGPT and a bunch of text-based ones. He takes a self-driving car taxi, a self-driving taxi. He generates a bunch of digital art and, like, compares it to and then uses a bunch of, like, generators to write his emails for him. And then tries to, like, I won't spoil all the bits, but and he uses a drone delivery service at one point to deliver food. And he basically just says, like, every single one of these is a worse experience than the, like, real person alternative. And everything that's just, like, a tool that's heavily marketed, like these language models or these art generation models, just takes the tedious moments of boredom out of your day. And I'm not a doctor. I don't know that much about how brains work, but we need boredom. We need to sit there and stop and solve a problem sometimes. And he ends the video by writing a handwritten letter to every single one of his living relatives and just makes a big stack of them. Because he's just like, none of this was rewarding, fulfilling, or a satisfying use of my time, except for sitting down and writing these handwritten letters. And that's how I feel about it. It's just like, if you are removing humanity, or if you are removing our ability to actually stop and self-reflect, you are doing a net negative to the mental health of society. And that's what concerns me about these models. No, but here's the thing. Cryptocurrency is kind of dumb. NFTs are really dumb. I think that the underlying technology underneath it is fascinating from like an academic level. I find vast majority of the use cases to be mind-numbingly stupid. Although I will say, it is really funny watching silly CEOs tank their companies over NFTs. Like, genuinely. Like, this was the first Olympics in several Olympics that we haven't gotten to Mario and Sonic goes to the Olympics. And the only reason for that was they decided to invest in mobile and blockchain games. Instead of just being like, hey, Nintendo, make a Mario Sonic, thanks. Etsy has some nice marbles options. Gotcha. I never thought to look for marbles on Etsy, but I did say that's a different bag of marbles. It's one of the reasons you like fountain pens. Something about the process of inking, handwriting, and sending letters. It just feels good. Yeah, no, I agree. I could totally see that. I avoid pens because it turns out a dollar store bullet journal and a fucking pencil are a lot cheaper, but like, you know, hey, if you want the hobby attached to it, then who am I to take that from you? I own records. I can't talk. Okay, do we have any armor? Yes, we do have armor stands in here. Meaning you can finally get your armor stand. And you can go there. Then we'll go around here. These are nice, like, deluxe suites. These are really big bedrooms. Need more cabinets, but hey. Let's say silk trousers, silk shirt, silk cap. I don't know. Silk loincloth. Why not? We'll do undies. And I'll just say, do these seasonally. And we'll slowly build up seasonal clothing making. And also, let's go out here. Let's say weapon traps. Oh, it's only 4 per? Well, that's interesting. Why did it stop after 4 with that one? And I'm going to send this squad out to go get some more items. From here. Get out of here, occult girders. And this squad down here, you guys are going to go and update your equipment, and I'm just going to see what... Okay, so we need weapons, basically. I could do silver warhammers. Yeah, I got plenty of silver. Let's do silver warhammers. Silver warhammer. That'll be fine. Intelligent undead are bullshit. I once had intelligent undead that had, on the enemy's side, that kept attacking me, that had force pull. And they were annoying because they kept pulling my dwarves out of the battlements and into my lava moat. Which, I guess I had it coming, but like, it's just funny. Like, truthfully, very funny to me. Oh, those are ramps. I don't want ramps. I wanted floors. Money-hungry goblins ruined them all. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, I think that we invent technology and then try to figure out immediately how to profit from it. Not how can we make it useful and then figure out how to profit from it, which, you know, makes sense because of the way our society functions, but I do think it's a bit of a shame in a lot of cases. Okay, so summer is when we'll get another allowance and opportunity for growth. Okay, so you just went and got a bunch of clothing. Oh, robe is what you need. Yeah, he went and got new socks. Look at you, Cog. Living in that new sock life. Still wants to acquire an object, though. Like, oh my god. Like, what kind of object do you need to acquire there, Dwarf? I mean, seriously. It's kind of insane that the Dwarf is still just like, I need to acquire an object, man. This is only, like, serious need. Also wants to think abstractly. Should we move Cog to a position of scholar for a bit? What do you think, chat? What's the plan for glass? I'm making menacing spikes and putting them in front of the front door. Because I'm not going to be able to see sieges when they happen, right? And we are going to get attacked at some point. And when that happens, we're going to have to be smart about it. It looks like the Miners Guild Hall is almost done being put together. I could also, like, once we have enough traps set up, I could also start making, like, blocks or something and see what else we can do with glass. Could do some clear glass as well, just for prettiness sake. Just remove dump from these. All right. Yeah, this is getting there. And then this can just be a Miners Guild. I got an idea, though. An idea for Cog. Cog could do... trying to see if I can make something that looks like a pickaxe. That's not doing it. I think I have to wait for it to get a little more done, but a little bit more dunner. Whoa! Fancy coffers. Could put an item on display in there if we get displays. Don't have any tables or chairs. Do have a singular chair I could put in there. So this, I think we're going to put Cog in here for a little bit. So I'm actually going to remove Cog from the tavern performer job. Wait, what? Oh. I thought he was still listed as a performer, but I guess not. Oh, maybe removing him from that did it automatically. Okay. So Cog is also storing clothing in his bedrooms, which are socks, gloves, and shoes from the looks of things. Yep. So let's unpause. Buck rabbit's been slaughtered. Good. Let's make some totems, because I've definitely been slaughtering animals. Bone amulet. Let's say, I don't know, decorate with ivory and tooth, decorate with horn. I don't know if we have any of these, but I'm just queuing them up. I mean, I don't think that haunted biomes can make revenants. Well, unless you count like Evil Rain, similar to Godly Tombs. It's probably the closest to that you can get. All right, well, they've all left. I've also hit the corner of the aquifer with my constructions in here. So the ocean has thawed. It's no longer frozen, meaning we can look at what my crow's nest looks like. So what should we do with the outside portion of the fort that goes up that walkway there? The crow's nest, if you will. That tower that we started building through the ocean. What should we do with it? There's lots of water laced with salt up here. But it's this. This is the surface. What do we think? You know what I could do? I could get Mark's Dwarves training in here. Like, fill in this layer down here. And then I could go around the edge and fortify it, and if birds start attacking us, then they'll guard the top. What do you think? I mean, library's an option, something that I could do. We could make this into a library. But I think that this would be a great spot to train Mark's Dwarves. Although, for their ammo to not get lost, I have to be a little sneaky about it, but... Because it'll fall down to here, so I'll need to fill this layer a little bit with blocks, but no big deal. And I could just go bars. What do I have for bars right now? Let's make silver bolts. Let's do silver bolt. Haven't started forging those warhammers yet. Yeah, sure, 10 will be plenty. Let's do wooden crossbows. So I'll have to make a bowyer's shop. And let's go back to Cog. Although Cog here is supposed to go do reading and studying. So I'm going to remove Cog's other current jobs so that maybe he'll go do some studying. Because I would like to see him ponder. Maybe make a discovery. We could also add Tell and Artho if they want, because that's usually something that Tellin likes his dwarves to do. Although apparently he decided to just go, hang out in the tavern instead. A warrior is a beautiful sight to behold, he says. Well, sure, certainly, but... some of the dwarves having left. It has been a while since the tavern has had any kind of parties. Interested after watching a performance. There you go. Bored after watching a performance. Really? Saw a boring performance. Maybe it's one he's seen before. He's irritated upon wearing old clothing. He needs new pants and a new shirt real bad. Well, they clearly haven't started doing it, so... or finished it yet. We're getting masterpiece metal furniture, as well as masterpiece goat skull totems. That's pretty metal. They said that new speeds won't go into effect in about 4 hours. How much did they bump you up by? Wonder if that was a cougar earl or a brook lamprey. Cloud of eerie ash has drifted nearby. 4th of slate. We're almost up to the 5th. Like total bandwidth or up down speed? Okay, I need tables and thrones. So let's do rock table. Actually, no, fuck it. Let's do wooden tables and thrones. I know some people don't like them, but actually I really like the way the mushroom tables look. Like goblin cap tables? Yeah, why not? 25 and let's also say wooden chair. We'll make them out of goblin cap because I've got a bunch of that. Let's also make wooden cabinets, and we'll just make them out of whatever material. Make 20. Making those crossbows, working on those silver warhammers. Also working on bolts. Let's make 10 here. And 10 here. You're still smelting the tetrahedrite, which is good. And it's plenty for you. I'm still in the process of getting 3 gigs, but I'm looking forward to it, let me tell you. I think I may need more mechanisms soon, but let's see if I can plop in some more traps. Yes, I will. Yep, definitely do. We'll update that equipment. 1 extra hammer, and then Cog, who's currently still socializing. Who's now listening to stories. Wonder what story is being told. Question is always who's telling the story. It's Rigoth the Engraver. He's a member of the Line Coven of the Work of Spray. People do get carried away sometimes, and so do I. Didn't say what you listened to. Saw a dwarf recite the Imperial Future. What a name. Some more migrants have arrived. Also, my squad has returned. So on the 10th, we can check. There's so many migrants. A very active civilization, this one. I'm thinking we make 2 Marksdorf squads. And also an artifact is starting, which is my ranger who's taken a stoneworker's shop. We're on the 10th. Okay, so let's go here. And let's say, search by mood. So everybody who's just kind of blank middle of the road is probably a recent migrant. Just looking for any named dwarves. Did you just get here? Okay, no, you've been here for a little bit. Because the legendary peasants are always funny to see. It's like, oh, you're just, like, not legendary and immutable skill. Yeah, nothing legendary from what I'm seeing here. Definitely some more blacksmiths, though. Of course it's overkill, but here's the thing. I've been in positions at many points in my life, similar to the one that Lanix is in right now, where the internet isn't working well enough. I would rather have 100 times too much internet and pay, you know, the extra $30 a month for it, and just have the peace of mind that I have enough internet than not have enough internet. Even if it's overkill or absurd. I would rather pay for it and not need it than not pay for it and need it. Even if it's like, you know, you're arguably wasting your money. And I know for a fact I'm not alone in that feeling. So, you know, it's all a matter of like what you prioritize, right? I prioritize, I need internet that works all the time. And if there's the slightest indication that it won't, that's a stressor that makes it suddenly worth it. I'm going to put walls along this, so it'll be a little balcony. So it'll look like a balcony, rather. And this will just get a wall right there, so that doesn't matter. All right. Not if it's a direct line. Not if it's fiber. Like currently, or previously I had fiber, and it was on the dot what they promised. But also you're talking to me like I've never installed internet before. I know this might be a surprise to you, but I have used the internet a couple times. So the metalsmiths want a guild now. Rather, blacksmiths guild. We're going to have to make them a guild hall too. So let's set this up as the miners guild. Stream on the web? Yeah! Just like spiders and rivers with less erosion. I don't know how spiders erode things, but maybe easily startled people's sanity. All right, well, I also need rock mechanisms. Yeah, especially like if your work depends on internet, then like you also have the very good advantage of just being able to write it off on your taxes, which like if I'm paying an extra $40 a month for internet, okay, that's $40 a month I get to write off and I get better internet. So I see no negative. It's like a series of tubes. Man, that description. It's up there with like, this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. But like, for tech. Of how like, not wrong, but also how wrong it is. See, if it was actually a series of tubes, it wouldn't be called the interweb. It would be called the inner tube. Anyway. Let's... Cog. Who's just listening to poetry. Fine, I'll let you go do other things there, Dwarf. Go do other things, please. What, inner tube or interweb? Internet? I mean, probably many, because it is a meme. I've seen it reposted. Do I use DFhack? Why do you care? Yes, I use DFhack. I just disable all the features because it's irrelevant and doesn't actually help the player that much. It just gives you a lot of easy ways to cheat. And I don't find the quality of life stuff to be like needed enough to really use consistently. I'd rather find problems with the base game and ask them to fix those problems than simply put a band-aid on it. Okay, that dwarf's continuing to make their artifact, which is good. One of my recruits has given birth. Oh crap, I forgot to check the how the raid went. I will do that on the 15th. The Copper Fellowship has many worshippers in paddleboats and requires a temple and a priest. I think that's what I'm going to use the crow's nest for. The lower levels are going to be temples. Because the base level is a temple already, so it just kind of fits. Yes, I'm using a boulder to make a building for once. All right, so let's go to like right here, and this can be... That's actually kind of cool. It's pools of water. Interesting. Just bags of sand. Okay, so this right here is going to be a temple. I'll have to make them an altar. Well, I mean, I don't have to, but I will make them an altar. I will let Hog do a bunch of engravings. And let's throw one of these fancy coffers in here. If there's too many coffers in a room, I think it becomes Sneezer's Palace eventually. Did I build into the ocean? No, I built up through the ocean. It is an evil ocean, too. Trash Mac, thank you much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And mods, can I get shoutouts for the Raiders, please? How was Strim? How was Dwarfs? If you guys want more Dwarf content, follow Trash Mac. Trash Mac provide more Dwarf content. Herb emoji, hello. Wervin Rider, sup? And him go fast. Trash Mac. You have a wereshrew problem. You know, in real life, shrews are mean creatures that like to bite a lot, so I would say this checks out. This is a haunted ocean or a terrifying ocean that I'm building on. It's great so far, at least. We haven't died yet. I'm more concerned about the untamed wild surface, but... Okay, so you haven't died yet. Well, hopefully you'll get there. I'm sure that either death will come with its sweet embrace, or you will escape mostly scathed. But for this fort, whenever the game is unpaused, I can only follow this one dwarf. And it appears this dwarf over here has started making their artifact. They've grabbed 2 pieces of tetrahedrite, rectangular shale cabochons, copper, nanny goat bone, 2 uncut cherry opals, copper bars, and shale cabochons. And I need to check this. Lots of meat. Oh, totally. Yeah, no, we keep catching giant camels in our cage traps, but I haven't quite done enough up there to annoy them yet. It's mostly because they have giant crows, and I'm a little iffy about that. Brief introduction to entertainment. No marks. No marks was looted. I wonder if that's another item. We've looted several artifacts from Dragon Spike already. Also, Shem's last name is Brass Virgins. Ah, no marks. Is this my stuff? I presume it is. Yeah, it is. Guys, go equip your gear. You silly. I realize I should just give them a place to put it, but like, stop it. Sleek tower cap crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with crocodile bone. And the item is an image of Zombie Rid, the dwarf, and Jaw Violence, the cave crocodile, and tower cap. Zombie Rid is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf, Zombie Rid, by the cave crocodile Jaw Violence, which is a good name for a cave crocodile, by the way, in Dragon Spike in 306. This is an artifact I made in a previous fort. Same with this one. Tower cap earring, craftsmanship of high quality. Considering I'm going to be making some Marks Dwarves, do I have a hunter? Or a ranger? An animal trainer? let's say crossbow, which is just armor if available, headwear if available, legwear if available, handwear if available, footwear if available, shields or bucklers, and crossbows. And then you here, I'll just chuck somebody into here temporarily. Assign this squad with crossbow. And now I can go into here and see who's actually good at it. Okay, so I've got one expert Marks Dwarf who's Thob the Bone Doctor. I guess I will chuck into here. That's fine. We'll plop some other dwarves into this squad. Just because I think it would be good to have a squad made. And let's also go up to here and go leather quiver. As for these artifacts, Thob, you can equip that crossbow possibly, right? I wonder. Yeah, you can. Go use that crossbow. And for this, it's a tower cap earring. Why don't I give this to the militia commander? Because they got it. I will never know how to respond to the things that you say to me, Fraga. 3D printed a Dwarf Fortress Embark? Huh. It's a fascinating concept. Are you prototyping a Dwarf Fortress tabletop game? What are you using to map out the 3D models? Shrews only exist in where form? Shrews and mammoths, oddly enough. Sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, there's no regular mammoths. Just were mammoths. The tale is that they, or the fan lore thing is that they always go extinct before World Gen starts. I know for a fact there's a mod that adds in mammoths. Aren't we, like, in real world, like, trying to clone mammoths back into existence? I swear I was reading about this recently. Like, trying to bring mammoths back or something. Yeah, mammoth's cool. Well, you are, and you think it's stupid? It's okay. I think a lot of things that we do are stupid. Bosa the Ranger has created Slorostos mod, a Duspas, a test he'd write mug, and offers it to the Ocean of Ashes. Huh. Put that in the library, I think. There are bison. There's bison in Dwarf, right? I know water buffalo exist. Are you suggesting that they'd be a relatively similar size? So this should be a miner's guild. Wait, no. Not the miners guild. This should be that temple. Right, actually, I can't pause because it's the 20th. Copper Fellowship. So instead of doing that, I guess I'll just delete this. Temple to the Copper Fellowship, which is the god of Earth. They worship Avus, the god of Earth. The current value of this is not that high, but it'll get better. And then the Miners Guild goes down here. This is the Hollow Shaft. Uh-huh. I mean, it's a good name for a Miners Guild, but several questions will be raised on that one. Exclamation point goal will answer that question for you, Nakaris. I need to make some offering places. So let's make rock altar. And tables and thrones, I guess. And actually, let's just knock down these walls here and these walls here and just put some glass into that. Let's also check what we're doing for spikes. Let's lower these numbers down to 10 and do green glass window. Start making green glass windows. So Copper Fellowship, it's the Diamond Guild I still need to do. Because this will get that value up high enough, probably. It's most of the way there already. It's now just a matter of, there we go. Recognized priesthood. So the sacred coal could either be Skipper, Amethyst, or Tellin Artho. Skipper is the original expedition leader who I kind of want to keep in her current job. So I guess I would say it's between Amethyst or Tellin Artho. What do you think? Any preferences, chat? Maybe Tellin could weigh in if he's still here. An ancient American video about plains and the natives and the buffalo trade and following the buffalo herds in Dwarf Fortress sounds like a fun concept. Probably not in extinction, but your mind wanders. I mean, animals go extinct in Dwarf Fort all the time. All right, well. Tellin Artho, you are now the sacred coal of the Abbey of Oils. Which means one of them should now be satisfied. We need to get you a new shirt, a new trousers, and a new robe. So I'm thinking leather robe, let's say 30, and leather trousers, and leather shirt. And I'm going to go into here and go pets and livestock. Don't need you. We'll keep you. It's just the one that's in the cage. How about here? Nothing's in cages. Okay. Send the squads out again to do something. Could just keep going for that. That's interesting. We're allied with the Raptor of Buds. It's a dark goblin fortress with a very low population right there. Which means there's probably a lot of animals in there. It's a goblin monastery of plank glaze. Somebody in my Discord spotted as in a screenshot a dwarf with the last name Feet Glaze, which is funny for a variety of reasons. Human hillocks of fancy bridges? Okay. Looking for caves. You don't like that? Neither do I. It's funny when the game just like generates like nonsense that's so silly it's funny. Right. I took over that. No, I didn't actually. Apparently my faction has taken over a goblin site down here. Huh. Of course, our good allies of the Iron of Power, the cultists of Gortusk. First the monastery, then the world. An introduction to the humans. Okay, I need to go get the artifact called Cup. I must know what Cup is exactly. Okay, so one side. And then the other side. What the fuck is Cup? I don't know. What the fuck do you think Cup is? I'm also curious if we'll be able to see this militia captain's, like, holding the crossbow, but we'll see. Cog. We'll keep following Cog. Over a place with a cave? You have a cave on your map. Oops, wrong dwarf. I hit the one with Cog in his last name. Forgive me, chat. I don't think that counts as a disqualification from the challenge. I'm certainly not going to start the fort over because of it. Oh, I forgot to put that mug somewhere. Goddamn. Yeah, I must fetch this mug. I mean, I didn't realize, or rather didn't know that you could just name, or that an artifact could be named mug. So it's either an artifact or just like a very simply named item. So I'm not entirely sure what it is. But I'm sure it won't take them that long to find out. There is little information on how to use it. If you're talking about DF Hack, I realize this is a little late, like 15 minutes late. Talking about DF Hack, the best place to find tutorials on how to use DF Hack is generally the DF Hack documentation on the DF Hack website. So if you're looking for particular things, like it's a little programmer-y and not very... That's a giant camel. And it's very programmer-y and not super clear, but that is generally your best bet. I need to make cheese. So I gotta pause on the 5th. Just a book on cups. I mean, that's probably all it is. But I need to look to find out. Okay, so let's... We'll also have to check the value of a bunch of different areas. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's an entity called Cup. Or an artifact called Cup, and it's like not a cup. Which would be quite funny if that was the case. What's the value of this? Not quite there just yet, but it'll get there quite quick if I put a few of these in here. And jump up to here. Plop a altar into there so it, gets the right effect. And a bunch of silver bolts are down at the bottom of that, so I got to go into here and I got to go to forbidding orders. And say standing orders, sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. And I'll just make this into an ammo stockpile. But we'll say just bolts. Easy enough. OTs, I think is how you say that. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Also, that hype train cleared us over my daily minimum, by the way. So, thank you, chat room. We need more coal, charcoal. Things going cup just to know when it is. Yeah, pretty much. It's just like an encyclopedia of every time the word cup was mentioned in like popular fiction. Hey Chad, I got a question because this keeps coming up in the Future of the Fortress stuff. Like we've got the repalletized dwarves, so dwarves look a lot better now. And match like these images a lot better. I have a question. If you had the option to set it so that dwarves did not appear with the color of their job and instead just appeared as the color of their clothing that they are wearing, would you turn that on or would you leave that off? I'm curious. Okay, so yeah, no, that's still invisible on him. No thin crossbow sprite just yet. Oh crap, I just missed the 10th. No, the color of their clothing, not the font. Because I don't think I would turn that on. I like being able to see the dwarves running around with their colors on. But there's like a pretty loud minority of people that seem to really want that feature. And I think it would be a toggle on or off. Havoc is what their long-term plan is. But I guess I'm just surprised that it gets asked for so much. Because it doesn't seem like something that would be super useful. With the actual cloth color, it's weird to understand that when you... It's weird to understand when you started playing. Wait, like the jobs was hard to understand? Because that's like the most straightforward portion. It's one of the few things in this game that I find really straightforward. Color coding them based on jobs, but maybe that's because I came from the ASCII era where it was even clearer. Why would you want them to have two sets of clothes to change into during their routine? I mean, you can do that with the military, and that's a very slow, not great process. Why would you want that? Is that a boat? I have in fact built an underground boat, yes. Also, I should probably re-enable wheelbarrows on that stockpile. Crap. I mean, the sprite image matches the gear that's on them. Right? Like, this dwarf is wearing, like, a cloak or a robe because they've got that sprite. They're wearing a shirt. They've got pants on. And they've got gloves and whatnot. And that's all represented on them. And they've always been represented like that. So, I don't know. I find that to be a confusing thing to be confused by. So, color me confused. I'm in an ad break, so I have to pause. Aesthetics isn't about usefulness. I mean, for me, I see it as like a thing to pause and take a screenshot and then go back to normal. But what was you confused by? You're not sure anymore. It's same. Same. I don't even know what caused this confusion in the first place. I guess we're just a confused bunch of people then. Why do I like this game again? Oh, I don't even know anymore. But I don't know. I know that there are like individual people out there who like the vast majority of their gameplay time is spent trying to make sure that every single member of their military is wearing like identical uniforms. So I could see why it would be satisfying for them, but it just seems like an extremely niche feature that I'm just like mildly perplexed that it keeps popping up. You're off to a work appointment? Have fun at the work appointment. I will be streaming probably for, how long have I been on? 5.5 hours? 3 or 4 more hours? Something like that? Something like that. No, totally. I mean, I would like the option to enable and disable it. I'm always surprised it comes up as often as it does. That's the main thing. I'm just surprised about how often it comes up. All right, we can unpause. Ay. Leave it to modders? Dwarf Fortress isn't moddable in that way. If Dwarf Fortress was moddable in that way, modders would have already done it. I'm always a little bit squinty-eyed when people just say leave it to modders in the context of Dwarf Fort, because it's like, well... Also, if there's a problem with the video game, you shouldn't ever say leave it to modders. If there's a problem with the video game should fix it. Leaving it to modders is not a good, like, excuse. Ew, no. Now that I wouldn't like. Pixel outlines don't look good in sprite-based games like this. I mean, maybe, like, I think, like, the best case scenario would just be, like, hit a hotkey, hold down a button or something, like, hold down tab to see their jobs, but I wonder if the engine for this game even has that functionality or capability. I mean, it kind of does with toggles on and off, but there's never just been, like, a hold down a button to do a thing, but I don't know. Okay, I'm just going to do this, Dwarf. Take you off of mining and take you off of other jobs. I want you to engrave and read. Game design's hard, engine design's hard, and Dwarf Fortress is 2 games in 1 engine. That's unique to Dwarf Fort. Oh shit, they finally started the Engravers Hall. Alright, let's check the Miners Guild up here. It is in fact a high enough value. Actually, I could probably do glass windows. We've probably made a couple now. Got 8 of them. And then we can start doing more up in here eventually. We're up to late spring, so the end of... those are mostly the same color. Do I have more bookcases, or did I just make the 1? I did make more. Cool. I think I made 4. And then here I need to do a mug. I think it was a mug? An artifact mug? Yeah, there it is. The tetrahedrite mug is going to go onto this. And the Aquamarine Guild has many members in Paddleboats and now requires a Stoneworker Guild. Got it. Stoneworker Guild. Yep. Definitely was planning to make one of those. What I'm thinking I do for the Metalsmiths Guild is I just make it a outdoor guild, maybe? Like, just go around here and build. Could work. That's not the material I wanted. Cog, what clothing do you need? Need trousers and other things. Do I have a leatherworker's shop? Yes, I do. Still genuinely amazed with how Adventure Mode and Fortress Mode can be played in the same world. There's 2 things that will perpetually amaze me about Adventure Mode. one, the thing that you just said, it's always a little bit astonishing to just see the world kind of pass by as you're playing it. That will always be a fascinating moment in every world, is the first time you step into adventure mode. And then the other thing that will perpetually amaze me is how many people write it off as something they'll never be interested in without ever actually trying it. Those are the two things that will perpetually amaze me about adventure mode, is one, how cool it can be, and two, how many people are just like, nah. Thank you, Slorvac. Appreciate you. I think I'm going to dig down a layer here, and I'm going to build some bedrooms into here. That'll do. I wouldn't say that Kenshi does the same thing, because that's just playing Kenshi, right? Whereas with Dwarf Fortress, you have to load into a separate mode. So I think Dwarf Fortress, it's a bit more distinct in that way. That's just part of playing Kenshi, though. But Kenshi is very adventure mode inspired, or does a lot of similar things to adventure mode. I'm actually not sure if it's inspired by. And then the other thing I can do is I can make a stair going up here. Once that's done, I can start building or filling in all these roofs, and then we can start building on top of these. Maybe put that guild up there. Yeah, actually, maybe that's what we should do. We should put a guild up, the Metalsmiths Guild up here. I don't know why I'm doing so much vertical construction in this fort, but I just am. Yeah, once they get up here, I'll make this into the Metalsmiths Guild so that they can look down on it. We can also build up here, and then I can build more housing up here. What, in adventure mode, Jorian? What are you doing to the farm animals to make them attack you? You'd have to attack the farm animals for them to attack you. Just because you can die there doesn't mean it's easy. I can't say I've ever died to farm animals in adventure mode. So, like, what are you doing to, like, are you just running up to the nearest cow you see and punching it? That doesn't seem smart in real life or video game. Okay, well, okay. It's not hunting if you're attacking a farm animal. Like, you do realize if you make a crossbow and walk into your neighbor's sheep field and shoot their sheep, that's not hunting. That's theft. So, like, you wonder why. Maybe go punch crabs on a beach or something. In Alberta, we called him being an... Yeah, I mean, that's just being a criminal. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, that, like, shooting farm animals is criminal. I don't know for certain, because I've never done it, and I've never been convicted of such crimes, allegedly. But